Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing well. As you can see, we are back in Wurmin Online. Boy, I miss this game. Miss this game a lot. Yeah. So here we are. Hope everybody's doing well. Grez, welcome on in. How's it going? How's it going? So yeah. We are here making some mortar, and the mortar is going to be used to make more of these things, the braziers. Hi, Keeve. Welcome on in. I saw you dropped me a follow a couple days ago. How's it going? Microwaver. Nice link fail, by the way. Oh, did I mess that up? Yeah, that's weird. How do I whoops. Yeah, let's put that proper link in there. https://. I spelled Twitch wrong. That's what the problem was. Thanks. And you know, I should probably also put this into Discord. So let's put that into Discord. I think just to prevent any possible mess up, I'm just going to copy and paste it from before. There we go. All right. Off to a great start. Am I NFI or SFI? Well, currently I am NFI. And Ngboy123, what's going on? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah. So I'm guessing you're a student at my school that I teach. Not many people come in calling me that. What about you, Microwaver? SFI or NFI? You see, I played this game for quite some time now. And it's been, you know, SFI was my home for a long time. And then I took a long break from the game. Until they announced the release of the NFI servers. And that's what drew me back. Just the fresh start. We started streaming again at that time. We started streaming Worm. We were even asked to stream on the Steam page release for Worm Online when it was being released for Steam. It just the thought and the appeal of a fresh, brand new server really attracted both myself and Fayran. So we started up here, and boy, we got deep into it. My deed's a mess, but I think that's sort of standard. I'm always sort of like a little bit messy when it comes to deeds, and part of it comes from the fact that there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to get made and not really much to do with it. Like, for example, I made a ballista over there because there was a mission, one of these missions over here, to say that said complete a ballista. So I made one, but now there's like no use for the ballista, and I don't know how to really get rid of it. The only thing I can think of is maybe I can load it into my wagon, bring it down to my boat, load it into my boat, and empty it in the ocean. Yeah, I'm better than Unipros. Well, how would you know? How would you know, Ngboy? You will one day know that in university there are an equal proportion of good and bad professors as there are in high school. That's sort of the way it goes. You've been playing for about 2 months now, trying to mix up some high red dye. Okay, interesting. So 2 months that's a pretty new player, I'd say. You're like still wet behind the ears. How's it going, Reganation? Welcome on in. Right? Wouldn't you agree, Reganation? Microwaver here has been playing for 2 months now. You're just what's the word that we should use for that? Well, I mean, of course there's newbie. You're a newbie. But I hope that you're enjoying the game though. It sounds like if you got to the 2 months mark, that means you're probably yeah, Greenhorn, yeah. And we're the old Silverbacks. Yeah. Yeah, that's old school. Yeah, I mean, I first played this game in February of 2012. And then we started making video content on YouTube, my brother and I, in November of 2012. In December of 2012, they dropped the update where you could make all houses multi-story, and the new character models came in. So all of a sudden we all looked like this instead of everybody looking exactly the same as each other. Yeah, it makes you feel old for tenure. Yep. So been around for a while. Many deeds on SFI. I mean, we now call it SFI, but back then it wasn't called SFI. It was just called Freedom. And when Xanadu opened up, I went over there, made a deed. Actually, just before Xanadu opened, I was over on Chaos for about a half a year, helping make a kingdom deed there. Settled on Xanadu, and then decided to move from there to another place on Xanadu. I still have that deed, the second place that I settled on Xanadu. I constructed the starter deed of Linton on Xanadu, so that's my build. We also made the Labyrinth on Xanadu, right near Vrock's Landing. If you've never been to the Labyrinth, highly recommend. It's open to everybody, and the devs were amazing, and they gave the Labyrinth its own prize. It's a unique prize that you can only get from the Labyrinth, and it's sort of a decorational item. It's the Goblin or the Puzzle King's crystal ball. Unfortunately, I don't have one here to show you because it's on SFI. But after that, we did a little bit after that, but we went on a big break after that. And I was playing all sorts of other games for a while. And then they made the announcement that they were going to open up a brand new set of servers launching on Steam, and there was a lot of hype around that, so we decided to come back around that time. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The new server openings. I mean, now the servers are pretty old, right? Like, these servers are probably 2.5 years old now. Hey, Drogos. Late stream today. Yeah, well, it's late for you. Unfortunately, it's where I live, it's still 7 p.m., so it's the evening. And Zetrin, welcome on in. How's it going? Glad to see you here. Yeah, so my normal schedule lately, at least for maybe a year now. I shouldn't say a year. No. So like there was a period of time where my normal schedule was Saturday morning. I'd wake up and start the stream, but that time was, while it was amazing for the stream, lots of people came out and watched on a Saturday morning. It was kind of bad for the family situation, because what it meant was that I couldn't spend, if I'm going to schedule a stream on Saturday morning, I'm not spending time with the family on that Saturday, so it eats up a weekend day. And often we would have plans for Saturday, and that would conflict with the stream, and so the stream would have to get canceled or moved or whatever. So I made the decision to switch it to Friday evening. It's clear that a lot less people are able to make it Friday evening, but it's sort of the reality. So I've been streaming Friday evening for at least since the summer or something like that, or somewhere around there. You like the Friday streams yourself? Yeah, because I mean, you live in the time zone for it, right? So like those who are living in Eastern Standard Time, or maybe Central or the West Coast of America, this is perfect time for a stream. But a lot of the viewers of my stream tends to be in Europe and on that side of the world. And so right now, the earliest time it's in Europe is midnight right now in Britain. And I know, Drogos, you're probably 2 more hours. So it's, if I had to guess, it's probably 2 a.m. where you are. And hi, I'm Cyanide. What's going on? What do I do for a living? I am a high school math teacher. That's what I do for a living. So streaming is like a hobby. I'm only able to squeak in 1 stream a week. Hold on, I don't know if the music's too loud for you, but it's a little bit loud for me, so I'm just going to turn it down. Okay. So yeah, streaming's a hobby. I love streaming, but it definitely doesn't pay the bills. I do like math problems. Yep. So it's 1 hour, okay, for wintertime. So I guess you're 6 hours ahead then. So 1 a.m. And you just managed to finish work now when I started what? That's really late. In UK here, yep, midnight. I know. You appreciate that I enjoy streaming so much that I find a way to carve out some time to do it every week. Yes, I know. I think that it's a little bit cathartic for me to stream. I like to. I'm not naturally like a social person in the sense that, you know, when I was younger I was really social, but only insofar as I had a good group of friends that I hung out with all the time. But like going out and like meeting new people and that sort of stuff was never really that much of an interest to me. So I'm not too much of a socialite. And I've heard other people say the same thing, that when you're a little bit introverted, streaming is there's something about streaming that people who are introverted get out of it. It's like, I don't know, it's sort of more like a controlled, I don't even know how exactly what it is, but I enjoy it a lot. It's actually very similar to how I enjoy teaching. I really do enjoy teaching. And sort of in a similar, there's something common between streaming and teaching, I guess. And Rinja, or WO, I'm guessing that stands for Worm Online. Welcome on in. You have 0 responsibilities and can hardly be arsed to stream. I have tons of responsibility and I make it work. Yes, we introverts are drawn to Twitch like a flame. I know. It's like, there's something about it. So it makes me kind of feel as though maybe it's like, when you're introverted, the face-to-face personal interactions are just super exhausting. I do find teaching exhausting in that way. And when you're behind a screen, it's a little bit more controlled, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Yeah. Too bad Tuxie and I ended up in Norway instead of Canada, or I'd be applying for math lessons with me. Yeah, both streamers and viewers. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Zetrin. And I'm Cyanide. You say, I wish I had an engaging math teacher, but I had 7 during first 7 years. Now I'm bad at math. Well, sorry to hear that. You know, we live in a day and an age now where one can learn math by watching really engaging content creators. And I know it kind of goes counter to what people think they are capable of, like, but one thing I learned as a student, and I learned this really early on, And I learned it like literally all by myself. Like nobody taught it to me. I figured it out myself. And what it is that when you learn something, there's an illusion that you learned it because somebody taught it to you, right? Like there's a teacher, they say something, and then you learn the thing that they say. So from your perspective, it almost feels like if that person didn't say that thing, then you would never have learned that thing. And for some things, that is somewhat true. But I think, and I started to believe, and I believe now even more so, that if you really wanted to learn it, you will learn it, regardless of if somebody teaches you or not. I know a lot of people have to learn math, like for school and that, like it's a requirement, but I get the sense that most students, because of that, don't want to learn math. I can imagine. Oh, here's a wolf coming into play. Yeah, 4 equals 5. You did home online schooling for your kid. Okay. You were his teacher from 1st grade to end of 8th grade. Nice. And welcome on in, memers. And your kid has been in honors class since junior high. It's awesome. Very good. Yes. I mean, because I'm sure that when you're homeschooled, like, and I don't know the background here, like whether or not you are a math teacher or if you have a background in math or any of the particular subjects. But my guess is that there are probably several people who are homeschooled by a parent who's not an expert at everything that they're teaching, which is 100% fine, because anybody can be a teacher and you can teach anything that you want. You just have to learn the thing that you're going to teach. And so I guess my point from before was human beings, like we have this capability of learning anything that we set our mind to learn. As long as we have a motivation and a drive to learn it, we will learn it. And I think that the problem that so many students face is that they're too concentrated on the mark that they're going to get on the test, or how well they're going to perform on the test, or their final mark, or whatever. That's the main focus. But unfortunately, that diverts the focus away from the thing that you actually should be focusing on, which is learning the thing that you're trying to learn. And if the only thing you were focused on was learning the thing that you're trying to learn, then you would not be worried about the test, because you would have learned the thing that the test is testing to see whether you learned. And on top of that, you will probably excel, like far beyond any one of your other peers, because all of your other peers are just focused on marks and not on learning. Yeah, math can be learned. Yeah, well, that's relatively obvious since everybody who goes through math learns math. But I'm arguing for the fact that math can be learned independently without anybody teaching you how to do it. Is math really still useful when Google exists? Hey, Sindusk. I know you're asking that facetiously, of course. Because I'm pretty sure your math skills are pretty strong. So the answer is probably. And Drogo says, when I learned math, I struggled to see the use cases and therefore lose focus. When I have a use case, I do not have the background knowledge to solve it. Right. Unfortunately, this is the thing, right? Like, you got to learn it in the situations where you don't know the use cases, so that when that use case does you are ready for it. And yeah, there's something to that. I lost my internet due to too many reasons. To be fair, I'm not a math genius. Well, you know, being a quote unquote math genius, or that is to say somebody who's born innately with an affinity to learn math, I honestly feel like that innate affinity for learning math is nothing more than the thing I was describing before, which is the focus and drive and want to learn that thing. So as a young child, that person naturally gravitates towards thinking about mathematical things, like numbers, just numbers. Really, I know that math all of a sudden starts turning crazy where there's like letters and stuff, and it gets a little bit complicated once you start talking about functions and so on and beyond. But ultimately, students struggle with math usually because they're not really clear on numbers in general. Like, and when I say numbers, I don't mean like anything fancy there. I mean like the simple 1, 2, 3 numbers. People don't quite think about numbers enough. You know, how numbers are constructed, factorization of numbers, prime numbers. The significance of primes, particularly, is a really important concept that this is one of those things that Drogos probably now sees the use cases for, but when he was learning them probably didn't. Fractions is one of those things as well. A lot of people have trouble with fractions. But it's those basic things that once you have a solid foundation in those things, everything else makes perfect sense in relation to those things. It's usually fractions and numbers in general that people have trouble with. And I see this thing all the time where students will say, oh yeah, I get it. I know numbers. Like, I can add the numbers. I'll just use my calculator. Or I'll just use Google. and the problem with using Google, clearly, is that then the student never really learns about numbers. Right? That's the problem with calculators and that line of thinking of, I'll just use a calculator or I'll just use Google. Like, why do I need to know about numbers if I can just get Google to answer the question? Well, the answer to that question is because then you're never going to learn how to do math. And then therefore you're never going to be able to solve those problems that you run up against where that math could have helped you. But unfortunately, you can't. It's hard to explain that to somebody who's never encountered that situation in which they have a problem that they can't solve until that moment that they encounter that problem and go, oh man, I wish I had paid attention in math class. Hey, Retro Fayran. Is that what being your student feels like? I don't know. This is what it felt like as a student. I'm relaying it from the perspective of a student who I eventually figured it out, you know, but I didn't always have it. Online schooling at home, you have to do the state and country standards to pass the next grade. Plus, you take state mandated exams at the end of the year every year. Okay, I think it's good in some ways and not good in others. The socialization aspect is less than going to a brick and mortar school in person. 100%. You're right. There is definitely something in that regard to the social aspect. We saw it heavily during the pandemic when students were doing online schooling, and there was a very large loss in social skills and knowing how to learn socially. There is definitely something that happens when people are talking with each other that amplifies the learning potential. But then there's also the individual learning that can happen, like at home in a homeschooling environment where there's no other students to distract. You can have that individual learning time where there's more focus, and I think that also is a really important skill. And hey, Tegan Plays, how's it going? Thanks. Nice to see me streaming Worm. I love Worm. I love Worm. How do you feel about ChatGTP? Well, that's a big question. I like the idea of ChatGTP. I know that there's all this controversy around students using it to cheat. Here's the secret, though, is that cheating has always and will always be a thing. There's a certain level of cheating that is impossible to either detect or prevent. You can try all you want. It doesn't matter. And the consequence, though, of cheating is usually like those who cheat usually experience those consequences. I mean, unless they're a pure sociopath, they're going to feel some semblance of guilt. Maybe it might not be outwardly presented, or it may not be fully formed, but there is some nagging, like, moral guilt there. You'll find that those same people will joke about the fact that they cheated as a way of, either trying to justify it or get somebody who also agrees, oh yeah, I cheated too, or whatever. But you can tell that they're saying it in a way that like it's not it's the opposite of saying I am really smart and really good at this skill. Right? Like when you say you cheated at something, you're not saying that you're really good at this skill. You're saying the exact opposite of that, right? So there is like a little bit of that in terms of the consequence. But of course, the other consequence is, let's say you cheat in, let's say, grade 10 math, and you get, that allows you to pass grade 10 math. And then, your parents never found out, the teacher never found out, and now you're like, okay, yeah, sweet, I cheated and I got away with it. Now, guess where you're going next? You're going into grade 11 math, where it's not only harder, but faster, and you're going to be in, now you've dug yourself into a hole, because if you don't cheat again, you're in trouble. So you dig yourself further in a hole. So now back to ChatGTP, the same thing's going to happen there. Of course, there's going to be detection methods for preventing cheating with ChatGTP and that. But as I said before, you're never going to catch everybody. But yeah, Fuzzy Rubric, you're saying, yeah, ChatGTP based app can only detect ChatGTP content about a quarter of the time, apparently. I mean, that's like currently, right? Eventually, it'll get better. And Nin, you're saying learning how to learn is usually more important than what you learn at any given time. Lots of people don't know how to learn certain things on their own. 100%. Learning how to learn is the number one skill that everybody needs to learn. And of course, you can only practice that skill while you're learning something. And it actually really doesn't matter what you're learning. Oh, I don't have water. Is there water here? I'll drink this enchanted water if I can reach it. You're good / lucky to get away with doing something wrong. Yeah, but you're missing the whole point of the story, which is, in the end, you will suffer for it. In the end, you will suffer for it. AI will get better. Yeah, that's true. I mean, ultimately, there's going to be certain things that people aren't going to need to be able to do. Like, for example, a long time ago, there were courses and skills related to how to write shorthand. If you don't know what shorthand is, it is a way of transcribing English into little scribbles on the page so that you can write as fast as somebody's speaking. And this is how people recorded what people were saying. And there was courses involved in shorthand and how to do shorthand until the electric typewriter or the typewriter or whatever, something came out that completely obliterated that skill. It was never needed anymore because now people can type just as fast as people write. And the end result is you have it all in English or in whatever language that you want it to be in. And nowadays, you don't even need that because you can completely dictate to a computer and it will record what you have. And maybe now you only need a person to look through to make sure that no mistakes are made. And I think with technology, as technology moves forward, there's going to be certain skills, basic skills, that aren't going to need to be practiced anymore. And I think that's okay, because with AI comes a whole new set of skills that people now need to practice if they want to learn how to use AI, let's say. Okay, so old skills get replaced with new skills, and I think that's fine. I don't think it's going to replace the need for people to know how to do math. I don't think it's going to replace the need for people to know how to write English either. Despite the fact that ChatGPT can write English probably far better than most high school students. I don't think that means that all humanity does no longer needs to know how to write something, because at least currently the way that these things work is they feed off of, they only learn from a data set, a sample of writing, right? So currently, for example, ChatGPT cannot tell you what the weather was yesterday. Because in its learning, it hasn't received that information. The original information that ChatGPT, is able to spew out had to have come from something that was written prior to ChatGPT. So, for example, people who are writing scientific papers that, explain their results, for example, or whatever of their scientific inquiry, those people are still going to need to write that paper. They might be able to use ChatGPT to sort of make that paper better, but the original ideas, it's like the original ideas, I think, need still humans. Have I ever cheated to get away with it? No, I'm not a cheater. As I said, when I was younger, I learned that skill. Like, not that skill, but that lesson that I am able to learn this stuff on my own. I don't need the teacher to teach it to me. I learned that pretty young. And then I went along with that. Like, I'll just learn it and then not care about the test. I'll just write the test. And it always worked. It always worked. I always was fine. I never really had to cheat. I had to learn it. I'd spend my effort learning it. And there were times where I'd walk into a test, and admittedly I didn't quite know it very well because I didn't learn it. This usually happens when I'm less interested in the topic. But even in those situations, I was fine not getting a good grade. Grades didn't really matter to me too much. It's tough when you see cheaters reap rewards and accolades they don't deserve. Yeah, but you can rest assured that it's what they deserve is coming to them. It is coming to them. There's no way that those people are like, so let's put it, okay, so there is like the effect of those type of people potentially might make it financially well, because people who can cheat their way through the system also can cheat the real systems. The school system is kind of like the fake world, right? But there's the real world where people can really cheat there too and make money and such. But nonetheless, I still feel like those same people aren't going to be living as good of a life as they could be. It's always going to be a life of worrying about the law and it can't possibly be stable either, right? Yeah, what you mean is, from a child's perspective, I didn't cheat in school, but I learned how to evade things like I didn't like. Others did cheat. All they did was brag about it. I know. Yeah. They're bragging, though, because they are somewhat ashamed and they're looking for what's the word, like confirmation or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, they could suffer it, but let's be real, they're all flipping burgers. Yeah, well, right. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Validation, exactly. They're seeking validation. Things start falling by the wayside only when the AI can start creating other AI to do things it can. Yeah, so I mean, if that's our future, if that's the way it's going, then that's the way it's going. I don't. If we can't stop it from happening, it seems inevitable. I don't think that there's really that much point in worrying too much about it. Because the world changes always. Like, it's the only thing that we can be sure of is that it's going to change, and we're also can be sure that how it's going to change, we have no idea how it's going to change, what it's going to be like. And so all we can do is go along for the ride. Whatever happens, happens. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on that statement, but that's my particular philosophy of things. I'll be dead before things get really bad, so... Yeah, I mean, like, I think that we should do the best that we can at each step of the way. Like, in the moment, we're faced with problems, and we solve those problems as best as we possibly can. I mean, obviously, there are problems with that system, in that the people who are in those places that we're all counting on to solve those problems tend not to always perform. Maybe they were cheaters when they were younger, I don't know. But again, there's nothing I personally can do about that while I'm sitting here right now, right? Like, I can't stress about that, because nothing I can do can change that. All I can do is do the best thing that I can do in the moment right now with what I'm faced with in the moment. And just do and hope that everybody else is doing similarly as best as they can. And we're all human, right? So, like, each of our best is not always going to be the best it possibly can be, right? We just do the best that we can, that's all. Yeah, and the moment is so much better if we all do our best. 100%. Okay, so yeah, worm. Let's finish this batch of mortar. I was debating on what to do tonight. I actually have no idea. I haven't thought too far as to what tonight's plan is going to be, but we have a couple options. One option is I got a whole sack full of maps that I can do. What's the mortar for? Okay, good. Yeah, good question. You see these pillars over here, these braziers? There's quite a few over here, actually. There's like, I think there is 35 braziers over here, all complete. And let me just see if I can get this picture here. Hold on. Okay, so this is a top-down view of the finished product, the finished project. Cats had made this castle on the test server and decided that, and we all kind of like went in on this project here where we want to recreate this in the real server, like on one of the new servers. And we had this idea right at the very, very, very beginning of the server launch. Our characters are brand spanking new. And in order to complete it, we need like 99 carpentry, 99 masonry, 99 paving, and all the other things, right? Like everything in order to construct it completely. One of the features of it is it's going to sport a ton of these braziers. The blue circled braziers are the ones that are sitting inside of the tower, so you're only going to see the top and maybe the light glowing out there. And so for those, we decided stone just because it's easiest. The white ones are marble because these ones are going to be placed on the bridges that connect all of the 4 quarters. And so you'll be able to see the full brazier pillar. I found out early on in the making of these braziers that my skill, which is now in the high 60s, but I think it was in the low 60s when I started, my skill was not good enough to put in 39 quality mortar, or 30 quality mortar, which is all I had. And I have like 20 and 30 quality bricks. But when I try to put those into the braziers, I'm getting a success rate of about 1 in 3, maybe 1 in 4. And it's just so painful. Super, super painful. So I worked on my skill a little bit. I also got my digging skill up to 70 and so on. And so I went out and got some better quality clay and better quality sand and better quality rock shards and cut all the bricks and made all the mortar. And now I'm in the process of collecting and making the mortar for the next round. I've completed 40 braziers in total. Which means that, according to this picture, whoops, where's the picture? Here. I need 8 more stone ones and 20 more marble ones. Now, the 20 marble ones will take 1,000 mortar. So I got to get that up there. And also 1,000 bricks. But I have a bunch of stuff already, like made, already ready to go. So, and Kiev, I'm on Melody on the Northern Freedom Isles. Okay, so I still have a 300 mortar here. So actually, I'm good for the mortar for the 20. I'll need, in addition to the 1,000, another 400 for the 8 mortar. 400, right? For the 8 braziers. Was it 400? Yeah, 400. So hold on. That's 300. And this is... Whoops, it's in this one. This is 843. Okay. I usually like to whittle that clay down a little bit more than that, but 2.6 isn't bad. Okay, so in this rack I have... Let's just take stock. I got 300 mortar here. Another almost 100 here. So that's 400 mortar there. So I just need like 150 more mortar. 160, 70, something like that. So let's call it 200 more mortar, and then I'll be good on the mortar. I have 400 stone bricks at 75 quality here. That's enough for the 8 braziers that are left there. And I have these marble shards at 70-ish quality that I need to still cut into bricks. Yeah, almost done. Exactly, almost done. Only another... only another, like, 15, 20 hours. Almost done. Okay, so let's do something more fun. So the first option is maps. Can do some maps. That's kind of fun. I know people love maps. And every time that I go and see a Worm streamer playing, they're always doing maps. It seems like the thing to do on a Worm stream. I could also keep trying to work on this new cartography thing. I did a little bit more after the stream last time and got my cartography to about 13 or so. I wanted to stop that though because I don't have circle cutting on my dioptra, and that's really causing things to go a lot slower. And not only that, it seems like cartography is somewhat a limited resource in that for each survey that you do, you only get 100 actions, and then you have to move to a completely different spot. So I kind of want to have the best I can get in terms of how much skill I get per action. So I want to get a circle of cutting on my Dioptra. So if I do that, I'm probably going to have to put some premium on the priest and circle of cunning some on the Dioptra. Another thing I can do is I definitely have a bunch of skills I want to grind. Carpentry being one of them, masonry being another one. Those two need to go up. Wood cutting also needs to go up. Yeah. Those three, I think, need to go up. But that'll be like a grinding stream. You guys can see how I grind stuff. Yeah, I don't know which one I want to do. It's almost like the grinding the skills is the one that has to get done. The other ones are kind of just fun. So, what do you guys want to see? Maybe we'll make a poll. We'll see what you guys are thinking. Having fun in Wurm? Blasphemy. I know. It all has to be just grinding hardcore to get that 0.000008 skill point. It's still skill tick, eh? Okay, let me just see if I can remember how to do this. I messed it up the last time I tried. Right? It's not a prediction I want to do. I want to do a poll this time. Right? Yeah. Create a new poll. What to do? And I reserve the right to not go with the poll. What the poll says. I'm just curious to know what you guys are interested in seeing. So treasure maps, cartography, skill grinding, what else do I need to do? Yeah, let's just leave it at those three. Let's just see what you guys say. We'll make it a 3-minute poll. All right, so what do you guys think? Well, how I do the treasure maps is, yeah, to be honest, you seldom look at streams. I listen to the conversations. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the thing, is that no matter what we do, we're just gonna have nice conversation, I think, the whole way through. I do have a lot of low quality maps, that's for sure. There are some that are higher, but I'm not, if we do go treasure hunting, it's a very low probability I'm gonna finish many maps, because what I'm gonna do probably is visit the central area and just knock off all the maps that are in the central area and move them all individually to the next stage. Now, most of them are on the 0th step. Some of them might be on step 1, right? So I'm gonna like just go to the central area and just knock off all of these first steps, and they're gonna get all pushed into other areas. So by the time I finish with the central area, all these maps will be in another bin. And we'll keep going like that, and there will come a point at some point in the future where I do a whole bunch of these maps and they're all getting done all at the same time. But it'll be mostly just running around. And we might get to the end of 1 or 2 or something like that. I mean, I do have this 99 quality map here. I haven't started it either. Some of these have 1, so this one has 1 done. A lot of these are low quality, although I have heard people getting really nice stuff out of the low quality. You know, like even the 10s, the 11, the 12, these ones. I've heard of people getting, like somebody recently said they did I think it was a quality 19 map, and they got a rare bone shard out of it. That's pretty nice. I wouldn't mind a rare bone shard. Yeah, there was a 17 quality treasure rare bone. Yeah. So like, obviously it's going to be a low chance that happens, but it's a chance nonetheless. And I have a lot of rolls here. have a lot of chances. It can still pull a rare or a supreme out of the low quality stuff. Just make certain valuable things less so. Like if you pull a moon metal special weapon. Yeah, so like the quality of it will be more in line with the quality of the map. But that's okay. I'm doing it for fun. Okay, so this poll is about to end. We'll see what people are thinking. Here we go. Treasure maps. 63%. Whoops. Oh, how did I click something and now the poll's gone? Okay, well, I saw the results. Okay, I have the option to delete the poll or have a new poll, but I can't see the results of the poll anymore now that I clicked somewhere and they're gone. And Buddha, welcome in. How's it going? So it looks like we're going to be doing maps today. And Tibawi, how's it going? Yes, you had some rare bone fragments on low quality maps. Nice. That would be awesome to get. Best so far was the adamantine large mall from a low quality map. That's super nice. All right, so let's go do some treasure maps. Just to get prepared, I'm gonna get some food, and I did also want to make sure I have my tent and my bedroll. Let's see what's in this raft. Okay, a bunch of junk, it looks like. Okay, that doesn't go in there. Okay, but enough room for stuff. Oh, this is a bunch of junk. Okay, some dye. The dye that I was using to make the map that I was making. SS of poll on Discord PM. SS of poll on Discord PM. Huh? Oh, okay, the results of, okay, yeah. So skill grinding, there was 3 people. Treasure maps, 5. Nobody wants to see cartography. Okay. Thanks, Drogos. And make sure I have my mountain climbing equipment just in case. True. True. Okay, so mountain climbing equipment, meaning my alcohol? That's about all I need, right? And maybe a reed pen to drink it out of. Hold on. Not in tools, but in bags. And in my bags, I have a reed pen. Yes. Poor cartography. I know. I am interested in doing a little bit more. Wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Hold on. Okay, I made a mistake. I came in there with my cart. What's happened here? What happened to the still that was sitting right here? Maybe I lent it to somebody. I might have lent that to Viking Beard, actually. Yeah, probably lent it to Viking Beard. Okay, let's see. Let's give it a little taste. 88.87. See if we have a 90 in here somewhere. Okay, all this is like high 80s. High 80s. I'm gonna have to put these in a cellar so that they... Whoops, no, don't want to unseal that one just yet. I want to taste it. I guess I don't have any 90 whiskey. It's probably vodka though that's 90. No, that's 88. This is my beer. No. Here's my vodka. Okay, I'm pretty consistent, it looks like. Don't unseal. I need a hotkey for taste. Okay. I do have some moonshine too. Also 87, 88, 86. I need to keep making more of this stuff. I miss making the alcohol. All of it seems to be in the high 80s. There's an 89. I'll take the 89. Pickaxe, cotton, and alcohol. Ugh. Cotton. I suppose I should probably bring some cotton. In fact, I remember going treasure hunting once without cotton. And I found myself foraging for cotton. When a champion troll and a greenish troll both spawned from the end map. And a bunch of other stuff. Hold on, that's 55 cotton. Is there lower quality cotton here somewhere? Yeah, let's take this 30 quality cotton. Okay. So let's put this into batches. And the lunchbox, I still need to get food and the alcohol. There's alcohol's there. Okay. And the food is... I decided to start putting my pizzas in the magic chest because I came back to an empty larder from my break, and so I've only started remaking some of these foods. So put that in there. And validate. Welcome on in. I did hear about that. You were not the new neighbor I was looking for. But I did hear that you, after that stream, I did hear that you were moving in the area. I might head off that way. And oh yeah, you're the second person to ask how Feyran was. Who was it that was asking before? I completely was going to answer that question, but completely forgot. And Josh, welcome on in. Thank you for that raid. And to everybody coming in with Josh, welcome, welcome. Hey, Willow. How's it going? Josh found the raid button. And Jack Dryden, Mira, welcome in. So I'm about to answer the question that was just asked. And Nemas, welcome in. So the question is, how's Feyran? Regardless of what I'm doing, I miss seeing the duo together. So Faye has been quite busy lately. And by lately, I mean the last 2 or 3 years. Can I imagine we got him to raid? Congratulations, Josh. You raided. Thanks for coming in and raiding me. And how's it going, Bun? And Blue and Tegan plays. Oh yeah, Tegan, you were here before. So yeah, he's been really busy and also not quite in that mode of playing Worm. So the main reason why I haven't really been streaming Worm lately is because I haven't really been playing Worm. I've been on one of these extended breaks, and it probably started, the break started probably at the beginning of 2022, somewhere in that time frame. I probably played a little bit here and there at the beginning, but I quickly got sucked right into 7 Days to Die, and I've been going quite hard on that game. So yeah, that's where I've been. And Brian went on a break before that and just hasn't come back. And he has been distracted by not video games. So he's in a different situation where he's basically not really playing video games at all anymore. I think I'm going to be heading towards the central area. I want to clear out a lot of these maps here because there's so many. And while we're at it, we might as well pick this one off along the way, because the path I'm going to take, we're over here we're over here on this area. My deed is right facing south on this spot here. So we're going to go north. There's a bridge that takes me across here, and I'm going to go all the way up into here and down into the central area. Because all of these maps, these ones here, are all in that area. Well, that one's right. So we're gonna go for all of these ones. Okay, and then there's guard towers in that region, M12. Okay, where 12 is right here, and M is somewhere, I don't know. M12. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Okay, so we're gonna go for that area, but we're gonna do it by coming up here and around and down into this spot. And we'll grab the north. This one. Okay, so yeah, I got my shovel. I'm the type of player who always has all my tools. I don't ever put my tools. And Mr. Butterscotch voice is here. welcome on in, Josh. And we figured we might as well just come here. All of my views were listening to you anyway. You must tell him I miss him tons, please. Okay, I have a feeling he might be in chat, so he's probably reading along. Wow, that's a lot. I got my shovel. Yeah, that's right. I got my shovel. I got every tool that I need for any possible situation that could arise. If all of a sudden I have to save my life, I have to do some tailor imping, I have the tools. All the tools are there. We're good to go. So, Validate, you were saying you're up here somewhere. I'm going to see if I can spot your deed along the way. I know there's a spot over here on the right. The left is a cliff that leads down to the water. Emmett was settled down in here at Port Kanua, and he's been gone for a while. This got redeeded though, so this is still on the stables deed. Now the stables deed got expanded a lot because we need, like, well, I guess Cats needs the ratio for all the horses. So I think it's like, yeah, somewhere back there. So this is Ziana's welcoming. Ziana was the person that I was looking for last time. So let's just, okay, what happened here? Darkhold. Farcold. So Darkhold, yeah. Yeah, this is your deed. Okay. So this is your deed. Wait, what happened over here? So I'm in the perimeter of Ziana's welcoming. Does that mean that Ziana took over that spot over there? Oh, okay. This must be Ziana. Yes. It does look like the field needs tending, though. Let me just peek here. Right. So set up the little newbie little area, and possibly isn't as active anymore. And there you are, Zalidate. And good evening to you as well, Arizona Rose. You have meds, back surgery 3 days ago. Ooh. I hope everything's okay. And Dragon Catzip, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome. Okay, so let me just see where your deed goes all the way to. Okay, so I found Ziana, and I found your deed here. Okay, this is Darkhold, starting here. Okay, so you probably have all the way to up there, right? I'm gonna guess. You seem like the type to go big. Let's just see. Oh, there's a ledge here that I can't get by. Did I find Feralis? Was I looking for Feralis? Rough start, but getting better? Okay. Well, that's good. The river. Okay. So this little thing. This area used to be like right up on here was a big building. It was called Mystic. Was it called Mystic Lake? This lake here was named Mystic Lake by the first settlers on this area. They built this bridge here. Mystery Lake, that's it. Mystery Lake. Not Mystic Lake. And they built this guard tower as well. So you are inheriting Mystic Lake. That area, which is a really nice spot. So it's a good location. Oh, Feralis is in Xanadu, and it's your deed, and have I found it? Well, I'm currently on Northern Freedom Isles. So no, I have not found it yet. I'll keep looking though. This is that bridge that was constructed for the highway project on Melody. I do notice that. Hold on, I gotta come over. I'm gonna turn around here for a second because I actually didn't notice how much progress was made on Valiance's deed. This is Valiance's deed. And it was rock, like all rock. Like he dug all the dirt down to rock. And it took him forever to do that. There was a massive forest here. He had to cut everything down. He had to dig everything down to rock. Every tile was rock. And then he was going to reformat it all back. And it looks like he's done that. So he's put all the grass back and he started construction. So he has his ranch with the horses going. And a big open space here. I just want to check out this area though, because last time I was here, it was only this building here. Was it even this building? I actually don't even know. No, it was wasn't this building. It was this building. It was this ramp leading up to this middle building only. So it didn't have even the side buildings. I see he's dug a moat around it. This looks really cool. Lots of work done here. Holy. And this is like the little village center with the little village bell and the traders. Let's see what's on the traders. This is actually a trader. This is a merchant. Okay. Some tailoring items in here. Hot pink. Very cool. Yeah, I wonder, can I peek in? Yeah. Oh, a nice little cozy spot here. This is nice. Boy, he keeps his deed really neat and tidy in comparison to me. Look at all this. Yeah, there was a lot of progress on the Excelsior deed in Harmony. Okay. It's been a long time since I visited Harmony. I have been there a few times, though. This is really nice. Next time I see Valiance, I'm going to have to compliment him on how well organized he's made his deed. And it looks so cozy now. Like, very... even, like, all decorated, you know? Like, put a little bar table here. A little chest, just for the... probably for the sake of just having a chest there, you know? Ooh, look at this. This looks nice. Very cool. Yeah, I see what you did there, Val. I know Valiant is not in the chat. I'm acting as if I'm talking to him, but look at this. You see that? You see what he did? So down here, there's a forge or something. What the heck? Hold on. Let me just see this for a second. Where's this smoke coming from? From behind this wall. Let's see if we can find that. But that was really neat. That's it's neat that he's used the bookshelves. There it is. It's the smoke coming from this fireplace. Got it. And he used the bookshelves to hide it. Oh, very nice. Very nice. I'm glad I came over here. Like this always bothered me about Worm. This little bit here. That you can't build, like you can't finish the wall here. Like it will always be this opening here. There's nothing to do about it. And Patronak, same there, yeah. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, that always bothered me, and it definitely has to do with the way the roofs are programmed. Yeah, roofs. I've heard they're a pain to sort of program, so I don't anticipate that's gonna be fixed anytime soon. I never made one of these before. Alchemist cupboard. Fog rolling in? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's actually fog. Boy, Valiance did quite a good job here at making this like a nice little cozy. And the inn, look at that. I love this. Like making a little porch kind of thing around, and then the first floor sort of indented one tile. I really like that design. I used that design on the factional fight deed on Xanadu. And this Sigvard, the skeleton, was that this Halloween that just passed? Like, was that one of the things to get? Yes, okay. So I did unfortunately miss this Halloween. I say unfortunately because Halloween is my favorite. It is my absolute favorite. Wow, look at this. This is unique. That's a really cool idea. He took a bookshelf and he slotted in small chests that were each dyed a different color. And you can use it as sort of like, oh, there's nothing in here, but that's really neat. Yeah, that's very cool. I've never seen that before. Gonna steal that? Yeah. Halloween event, okay, yeah, the shards, like the fragments. Yeah, very colorful. And here's the bath. I've seen that before. Look at that. Like, he did it again here, only in one, and it makes it look... Yeah, that's amazing. This is just amazing. This is a really, really, really well decorated. I am the opposite of a decorator in this game. I'm no good at it. It's not that I'm no good at it, it's that I have no desire to do it. And the moment I start thinking, maybe I kind of want to decorate, and I start decorating the very first thing I place, and I'm like, no, I don't want to decorate. I am not at heart a decorator. Yeah, and here it is again, the roof. So you know what my solution to this, when I'm building something like this? There is a way to like fix it partially, like it makes it completely different, but it also kind of makes the building have a little bit more character. Is what I would do is I would build the roof over this one here. Like if you imagine there was no roof at all, okay? What we would be looking up is sky, and I would build the roof on this floor, on this these 3 tiles only. Okay, so those 3 tiles would have roof. And maybe go across here, I guess. I'd build roofs over, just over this room, over the room only. Okay. You're with this design, you're still gonna have the problem because you're gonna, the roof is still going to have a space over this, but I would somehow design it so that I put a roof over some of it, and then I build up the other areas 1 more tile high and put a roof over that. So I would be putting a wall on top of this one here, putting a wall here, and then putting a roof 2 stories above this spot. Okay, and then that kind of fixes it a little bit. Oh yeah, the fog has really rolled in. Although it still isn't that bad. I can still see the unicorn that's way all the way over there. Yep. And flat floor roof centers, double high walls, etc. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You kind of have to finagle it that way, where you have either what you're saying, like the flat floor roof centers, right? So you just put a floor here and then a roof on that, on over top this room. Or you can build the hallway up 1 more story high and put just a roof on the next story up on that. Those are the 2 options, yeah. Double high walls, yeah. There's snow now. There's snow now. Oh. Not looking out for the next 5 days. Okay, well, I should collect some snow, but if it just turned to snow recently, I don't think I'll be able to collect it right away. Okay. So that's what this is, the dyed banners. Oh, look at this. I didn't go in here. Let me just peek in here. Okay, so this goes around. This is an interesting design. Probably make it through here. Yeah, okay. This is interesting. Okay, and this also just goes around. So no stairs in this one. But all decorated, like every nook and cranny, all decorated. Very impressive. And I know I'm supposed to be going on treasure maps, but ooh, look at this. I'm going over the moat. And this is the harbor. Okay, very nice. Very nice. And here's the dyed banners. Okay. Okay. We do have to get to treasure map hunting, but and it does look like this area is where he left off in terms of decorating. Yep. Looks like there's some materials in there. Very cool. Okay. There's probably more to look at. Surprised he doesn't have a snow. Is this the kind of snowman that gives snowballs or no? There's a new snowman in town, I guess, and doesn't give snowballs. Oh yeah, Valiance is definitely on a different schedule. He's in Europe, so he's gonna be sleeping right now. All right, let's keep moving on. Okay, let's what? Okay, weird. Sleeping. What the? Okay. These bridges are kind of weird. Never had problems like that on bridges. Oh yeah, look at this fog. It's gotten a little bit thicker even. And hey, Dezo. Crafted one, the snowballs NPCs had their twigs reaching out in front of them. Yeah. That's what I figured. Bridges in to and out from buildings. Really annoying. Never was in the past, though. So that's something... I mean, I know for a fact because I have so many bridges leading into and out of buildings, connecting buildings and such. And on SFI, of course, and I never had problems like that where it stops me from moving as I'm exiting a building. Now, while we're out and about, we do have some worm news that is kind of exciting. All right, memers, thanks very much for coming in and hanging out. We have some really exciting worm news. The roadmap was released recently, so I do want to open that up at some point, probably when I get to the center area. Along the way, I'm looking for this one here. So I just crossed the bridge. I'm coming up through here. I'm gonna make it into this desert, and we'll go after that. Go over that clue. What the heck? Okay, this wasn't like this last time I was here. It could be the fog as well. News. And flute. What do you mean flute? Hold on. Am I missing stuff? The bridge up to our donkey farm got a 1x2 building connecting the bridges. Always does that. Interesting. And map dumps, I thought February normally. Do any of you recall when normally? I don't recall when normally. However, I do know that they did announce when map dumps are coming. Yeah, fog will help treasure hunting, surely. Right. Oh, it was a flute in my background. I thought it was part of the music. Bun insisted somebody was playing flute behind me. Somebody is playing a flute behind me, but it's not a flute. It's a recorder, and that's my son. He's playing a recorder. You don't have to stop. It's like probably pretty faint. But yeah, it actually is indeed an actual instrument being played. I mean, Mira said, Bun insists someone is playing the flute behind you. Right? And you're saying not Bun. This is Bun. Oh, yeah. I meant, yeah, Mira said that you insisted. Yeah, that's why I said Bun. So Bun is correct in that he insisted that somebody was playing flute. Yes, I do know that you two are married. So I do know. Yeah, all of that was already like calculated in my head. I think I said it right. And your daughter found her recorder today too. Oh, very nice. And Taiki. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for that sub. It is a foggy day. Look at this fog. It's not very often we see worm like this, or maybe it's more often nowadays. Is it? I mean, you know, when I played last, fog did not get this bad. So is this something that they fixed? Because if so, I really like it. I really like it. I got a hellhound on me. I'll just run away. And I'm pretty sure I'm going in the right direction, but we'll, yeah, very often when you're out and about doing maps. Yeah, exactly. A bit more often these days, says Taiki, yeah. And you'll have to hide it better next time. You're talking about the recorder. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm out to do maps. Fog rolls in. Or the other one, which is I'm about to go sailing across the server and a light breeze. Yeah, they fixed fogs a few months ago. Okay, very nice. Very nice. That's very good to hear. Okay, I'm coming east across here, and then I'm gonna go north probably to get around this water. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, light breeze and fog, so you can't see where you're heading, and very nice when you're going to Cadence or India or something. Yeah. Or the worst was on Xanadu. Hold on. Getting attacked by something. Xanadu. Freedom, Xanadu. So where my settlement... Oh my gosh. When you're zoomed into Xanadu, you can't tell where you are. What the heck? Okay. Right over here. So my settlement on Xanadu is like right in this spot right here. How do I can't put an annotation on Xanadu, I guess. Why? No, okay. Anyway, my deed's somewhere over here, right? So, and I used to live right up in here. So when I lived up in here, in order to sail to any other server, I had to come out of this spot, south here, and across here, and out this way. And then it was like, it felt like eternity after you pass these islands. It felt like eternity before you cross the server border. That, in a light breeze, that trip would take you over an hour. So yeah. It always was a light breeze, it felt like. Yeah, light breeze is evil. Exactly. And especially on Xanadu, where everything is so far away. Well, it's still two eternities to get there. It's why it's called Xanadu. Wait a minute. I'm going the wrong way. I recognize this place, so I think we should be fine. Going this way. Yeah, Xanadu's is nice if you want to avoid meeting other people in Wurmin. I mean, I'll tell you what. I was a part of an alliance that had a lot of active players, and I logged in to do my upkeep over there, and there were tons of people in local when I logged in, which was awesome to see. And Elismo. What's this game? Like Valheim? Not really. This game is called Wurm Online. It is an MMO RPG. So there's servers. You log into a server. Everybody who's playing is playing on one of these servers. It's a sandbox crafting survival with building and terraforming. It's a slow, grindy game, but it's probably the most sandboxy sandbox there is. The world is like a living, breathing world. There's seasons that go by. Like apparently it just turned to winter, so we'll see snow if I relog. I think I'm gonna go for this champ for the fight skill. What's really amazing about this game, the thing I'm always floored by, is when the server opens up originally, the entire world is completely nature. There's water, there's fields, there's deserts, and steppe, and tundra, and all sorts of different regions. And slowly but surely over time, the player base builds up the server. They put in roads, signs, decorations, everything. Everything you see that looks player made is player made. And on the original server, well, I shouldn't say original. Those ones are gone. But the oldest server still around, I guess, are Chaos and Independence. I don't know if Chaos is older than Independence. There's some weird history there. But on those servers, you can still find regions that were were constructed when they were way back in the infancy, like a decade or more ago. So I always find it amazing that the world sort of maintains that history. The other thing I really like about this game is that it has a lot of progression, like a lot of progression, and the progression is slow and sure, right? So you have all these skills that you can skill up, and a lot of the skills have sub skills, right? Like smithing, for example, has weapon smithing has sub skills, and each one of these skills has a number associated with it, and it goes up as you do the skill. So it's a complete learning by doing. Hold on, I just need to make sure I'm going the right way. And the other thing I'm going to need is the melody map. I sense I'm going to lose my voice tonight, guys. I'm going to lose my voice. I'm feeling it. I've been sort of fighting off this cold, this little... It hasn't really been a cold. It's sort of one of those things that I'll have a little scratchy throat but at night, but it'll go away by morning, and maybe I'll blow my nose and be like, oh, I kind of had a runny nose a little bit, but not too much. But the weekend is here, and the moment you like relax for a second, it comes, is the problem. Okay, so I'm guessing this stuff here is like this stuff here, and so I'm going to aim for this spot over here. I should probably see the topographical lines. They never match up, so it's probably somewhere in this vicinity here. Okay, and currently I'm somewhere over... I came off this road. So I'm probably somewhere here. So let's look if I can see that. If I can see that village. Yeah, and slow black wolves, yeah. Lagadoo, you know, people always comment on the lag in on Xanadu, I mean. I never felt like it was that bad. I mean, I played during a time where on Deliverance, the lag was so bad for everybody, and it lasted months. And it was a server problem, right? Like the lag was like a second or something like that. Sometimes it would be like a second, and sometimes even worse than that. On Xanadu, I never experienced 1 second lag. Like I remember like just right clicking and watching the refresh. Okay, then the action would be there. That would be sort of like the time frame. Refresh. Okay, then the action works. And that was on Deliverance. Xanadu never was that bad. Even when it opened, it was never that bad. There was times when it was not perfect, but I don't know. Chaos is definitely older, yeah. But wasn't there like a reset or something like that? I can't remember. Yeah, when you first started playing, my typical ping was like 700 milliseconds. I just learned to play with that huge delay on everything. Yeah. It was wild when Wurmin Unlimited came out and I ran local server and everything was actually instant, right? Right, and that's just because you live on that side of the world. Buddha, is it that do you live in New Zealand or is it Australia? Because I always thought it was Australia, but it's New Zealand. Okay, New Zealand. For some reason I don't know what it was. Was it that you lived in Australia before and you moved to New Zealand, or you were always in New Zealand? Okay, so here's the deed and here's the row of houses that I'm looking. You were in Australia for a while, you moved back to New Zealand to do music. Okay. Okay, so I knew I wasn't going crazy there. And you think Chaos is older if you count the time as Wild, but once it turned to Chaos, was it the same server? All of the structures that were there before were still there? Like it was like it just continued? Or was there a reset or something? Having a blueberry strawberry smoothie. Yum. Like when you were playing games from Australia, you just got used to it. Yeah. I mean, so same server, just a small period of PvE. I see. I see. Okay. I'm going to try right here. Yeah, in a game like Worm, the delay doesn't matter too much. I mean, where it becomes the biggest problem is when you're trying to go through a door. And the door is just not opening. Whoops. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. It's like right in the same area. Whoops. Oh, I meant to open. Okay. So I guess we're going over here now. Oh boy, I don't understand what this color is. I don't quite see it. I don't think that's it. I don't know. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay, so this water line here. No, I don't. Something's not quite right there. Let me see the hint one more time. That's like showing the circle like here. And it goes all the way to this like little nub is included in the hint. Right? That little nub there. And even below that. So it could even be... this looks better. This looks more like it. Yeah, it's somewhere in here. Oh boy, that's like all the way back. We gotta go backtrack. So it's right here is where it is. Yeah, I knew that up here didn't look right. It just didn't have the right markings. So that's that area. Okay. Oh, I'm missing a whole bunch. Okay, hold on here. Let's see. When Halo first came out, used to play online with like over a second ping. At that time, I thought everybody just had to lead their shots with much. Yeah, door lag could be a pain, totally. And Blue, you're saying, remember the treasure maps are 60 tiles with 60 tiles. Easy to work out where you need to be. Like the actual map is 60 by 60. Yeah, okay. Later learned that it wasn't normal. Yeah. Yeah, especially mine doors. Yeah. All the doors were bad. I ran into that same color and it turned out to be grapes. So that like grayish color? Okay. Well, boy, I have to go all the way back. That's actually pretty far. Like, I'm all the way up here now. And I want to go over this way. So, you know what? I'm going to catch that one on the way back. We're going to rename this one. We'll name this Northeast. And if I do make it back... Northwest. Northwest. What am I doing? I know exactly where it is now, so we'll just pop it into the northwest bin. And I kind of want to go over to these ones because there's so many overlapping each other over here. Let me just see where all of them are. K14. K14 is up in the middle here. So all of these are right on top of each other, basically. And that one's even more in the entranceway. Yeah, that one's on top of it. And this one's probably the M12 one, right? M12, yeah. And this one, yeah, they're all on top of each other. And that one, I know it's not looking like it's in the central, but I looked up its location before. and I found its exact spot on the map. Is it probably looks a lot different now, but it's right here on this. The roads look different now, I'm sure. And this map I just created the other day, last week. This was one of the maps we completed or got last week. Okay, so let's forget this crocodile. Let's see where I'm going here. I'm up here now, so I kind of need to turn around and go south and a little east, but south first. Does appear to be a rift coming. Curious to know when that rift is, so let's check that out while we're running. Worm node. Drogos, we're gonna use your website here. I still have to figure it out. There's what I was looking for. Is this road here? I still have to figure out exactly how to use Worm node. I've only, since getting back into Worm, I've only kind of looked at it a bunch of times, handful of times. Boy. But I haven't looked to see where the rifts are. Here it is. Melody. Okay, so that's still in 2 days' time. Sunday morning at 9 a.m. I cannot make that rift. I have an appointment at 9 a.m. followed by a D&D game. We started playing D&D. We haven't really started. We created our characters and got together and chatted a bunch about it, but we haven't actually started playing. I took this road up here. I thought it would lead to a road that brought me to the other side of this. I might have been wrong about that. I was wrong. I guess I'm gonna have to go back down now. Oh well. Recently, I've been having issues with my internet to the point where I have been dealing with really bad ping. All right, Willow. I know it's late for all you folks on the other side of the ocean. So you have a good night, and thanks for coming in and hanging out. It was very nice seeing you too. I'll catch you in probably Josh's stream or Jack's stream, or yeah, I'll catch you later. Yeah. I was watching Jack's stream, and I don't know if you're still in here, Jack, but when you were doing the treasure map on Independence, and I was like thinking to myself, boy, Independence is way worse than Melody. I've never settled on Independence before. Oh, look at this. I've never settled on Independence. I have explored it a little bit. Oi. But not intensely like you would when you're trying to get to a particular treasure map. But Melody, man, is like... Melody is something else. It's not quite as steep and mountainy as Independence, but boy, does it have a lot of this, like this, where you can't get through. That was close. Yeah, I had faith. Yeah, and it's a lot of treasure maps. It is a lot of treasure maps. I went right over that pit. Oh, yeah, that... I knew that was going to happen. If you're coming from the top of a mine entrance, you can just fall right into it while mounted and on cart, and it'll just pop you right to the bottom. Ooh, I see a fog spider. I haven't seen a fog spider in a long time. Let's go kill it. Oh, no. Let me down here. I know I can. I just have to will it to happen. Okay, I can't. No? Oh, brother. I want to go get that fog spider. This is also a potential not gonna go. Oh no, I can get through here. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you on the next mine opening. I'll show you. It just goes right from the top right to into the mine. That happens every time. Okay, and while we're doing this, I might as well look to see where I am in this whole thing. I'm in this step right here. So I'm looking for that road that heads north and south. I think it's just up here, like just up here somewhere. You know, I had no stamina. Look at that. There was an animation for being stunned. Did you guys see that? Is that new? This is the road. I'm just gonna get a little bit of stamina here because is the stun animation new? Oh, that's my die. What happened? So you go in and out. You go in and out of the mines, and yes. I mean, all it is that when you're at the top of a mine entrance and you walk into the mine, it just teleports you to the floor of the mine. And from there, you can go wherever you want. You can come out of the mine or go back in or whatever. Yeah. I think it's part of the combat upgrade. Yeah, but like which combat? Because there was a combat overhaul at some point. Oh. Cats is on. Yeah, there was a combat overhaul when they added all the icons for the special moves over here, and they changed all the functionality, and they made it so you can block in a certain direction and target in another direction. Was it at that point they added this new stun animation? I feel like I've never seen it before. I'll let cats know that we're streaming. Yeah, they might have. Might have. It does seem new to you too? Yeah. I've never seen it before. It might just be that I don't encounter the situation where I'm getting stunned often. I mean, fog spiders are pretty rare, and not many other mobs will stun you. Maybe a troll might. How's the skill on that? Like half a percent. They drop water. That's interesting. There was another fog spider over here too. There was another one. I don't see it anymore. It disappeared now that the fog's gone, maybe? Okay. So anyway, we found the north-south road. So if I had to guess, see that mountain over there? Is this mountain right here. So I'm coming down this way. And as I pass the mountain, so I'm looking towards my west, as I'm passing the center of the mountain, this is going to turn to desert. Yes. Okay, good. So I'm right here now. Before I go much further, there was a map. There was a map here. So let's just go a little bit more into the desert. Hey, Casper. Yeah, stream, Horsey's Adventure, exactly. Well, we did run a poll at the beginning of the stream asking what people would prefer to see. Treasure hunts, cartography, the new cartography system, and doing more of that. Because I only did like a very basic thing on last stream. I made a quality 3 map and hung it on the wall. But since then, I kind of figured out a few more things about it. So I was like, I could do that. Or I can grind some skills. And majority said treasure maps. So yeah, that's why we're here. Okay, so somewhere in here, I'm gonna just, there was one of these maps. Was right near where I am. No, it was like, no, one of these maps. To go one at a time. This one was K14. Oh, that's the one. This one. Okay, so this one was more north than the rest. Sorry, I want to open it. And it's this circle right here. And so I'm going to guess in this northern desert right here, that's the one I'm in. It's probably one of these things, so let's move this over a little bit. I'm going to guess right here. This spot. Somewhere in that spot right there. Okay. So I'm coming down this road here. I'm going to take the curve until I see this green thing, and then I'm going to head straight south from there. And we'll hope the green thing is still there, whatever it is. Okay. Hold on, 1 second. I'm already at this corner here. Right? That's where I turned. I'm heading east. Yeah, okay. So the green thing. I'm looking for the green thing. Oh, and I'm still holding this corpse. Right, water. So interesting that fog spiders drop water. And what do they butcher? What do they drop? Do they drop... I'm going to guess this was the green thing. Because there's a piece of enchanted grass here, and it's the only square thing along this road. So I'm going to head straight south from here. Let's just align ourselves with the direction, and let's see what we got. Just meat. I'm just going to bury that. I have enough insect meat. It's not one of the things I need. So yeah, Cats, how did your stream go? When I logged in and started listening in, I sent that message. I'm driving home, and the conversation that ensued absolutely embarrassed me. Oh boy, I was laughing though, so it was all in good fun. But it's so true. Like when we were on that other guy's stream, and I was literally going to say nothing. I was just chuckling to myself at the guy's response that he had never heard of Factional Fight. He'd been playing this game for 12 years, never heard a factional fight, which is fine. That I'm sure that happens somehow, some way. I'm not in the right spot. But I was gonna leave it. But yeah, poor Griff. Well, I meant to ask you if you want me to stop, because I totally respect my wishes. You know how I love to hype you up. Yeah, it sort of I don't mind it too much, so I would never tell you to stop, because it's something that, like, I know why you're doing it, and it's coming from a good place, and so I'm totally. I'm not the type to worry too much about being embarrassed. So being embarrassed is something that I can easily be, and it's not too uncomfortable. So I'm totally fine. But yeah, I thought it was really funny. Oh boy. That's got to be in the worst location on the entire server. That one right there. Let's just see whereabouts. This is the moment where you have full permission to practice bluntness. I see me wriggling and writhing in discomfort. Right? Okay, so here's the honest thing that I'm thinking here is, I feel like I would love to reciprocate, right? Because you all the things you're saying about me are doubly true about you in terms of you know, how famous of a streamer you are, how beloved your streams are, and all of the things. I have a hard time articulating those things. I don't know why. Honestly, like a few times on that other guy's stream, I typed out a sentence that said something to the effect of that it's the same for you, cats, but I couldn't quite word it in a way, and I was just fumbling with it, and I was like, ugh. So and this is totally a me thing, right? Like, I just have a hard time articulating those sentiments. And so the only thing that I feel bad about is that I find it really hard to reciprocate those sentiments when I feel like I should be able to reciprocate those things. Yeah. I never ever have to reciprocate. I never expect that. I know, and it's not even, it's not out of me feeling like you would expect it, because totally it's hard to put into words. He's a dad, he can't get embarrassed. His job is to embarrass his kids. Yeah, totally. And Pluricus. Am I close? Welcome on in. Am I Griff? I am Griff. Yes, my name is right down here on this little plaque right here. And you should stream again sometime too, now that you got a new hard drive and all. Yeah, you should. Totally. Yeah. The main reason you do this is because you feel my stream deserves much more views than it gets. That's very kind of you, cats. But you know, the reason why my stream gets the views it does is for a very particular reason, that I don't stream enough. I definitely, if I was more active at streaming and also put more work into advertising my streams and that sort of stuff, I'd probably look at this thing. Problem is, I just don't put the effort, partially because I don't have the time to put the effort. But yeah, I kind of I'm okay with the viewers that I get, and enter with caution. Look at this place. It's quite large too. Huh. What do you guys think? Take a little detour. That's a lot of tall stone walls. The problem is I don't know what the goal is. Is the goal to get to the other side? Is the goal maybe to get up to the top? Pluricus. Hello, this is my first time here, but you know me because of cats. Oh, well, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm glad you can make it. It could be anything. Yeah. You can call my school and say I have COVID. Get a week or two stream. No, doesn't work that way. And also, I feel I have a very strong sense of obligation. Let's put it that way. I would not feel right missing school, and the obligation I feel is less to my employer and more to the students. I feel more obligation to be there for my students, so I would definitely never skip work. You know, back in the day when me and Farron were streaming streaming Wurmin primarily, you had some of the highest numbers, and it's not like you stream that often. Probably never more than once a week. And then after you started streaming 7 days, that new community didn't know about me yet. Yeah, that's partially true. 7 days, I never got that many streamers. But the other thing is I was streaming it on Friday night, which is generally a bad time for a lot of people. But yeah, you're right. Like, the numbers could have been higher for some of those. When I was doing 7 Days to Die in the mornings, though, the numbers were pretty solid, like in the 20s. But, you know, just to set the record straight on Brian and my streams back in the day, we never got that many views. The best viewership we ever got was after the Steam launch. When there was just that mayhem going on with the amazing amount of new players. And when we were running a stream then, we might have gotten 40, 50, 60, like numbers in that range. But to us, that was like amazing numbers. Like, we've never seen that before. But it was never like 100, right? We never hit 100. And prior to the Steam launch, we were amazed when it hit 30. Like, if it hit 30, it was like, wow, we're doing something good. But from my memory, we streamed a long time where if we were hitting 20, we were happy with 20 people in the stream. And sometimes we wouldn't even have 20 in the stream. That sort of was... I know it in hindsight, it felt like that, but like, and there were times where there were 50 or 60, but those times were after the Steam launch, like within the first bunch of months after the Steam launch. Yeah. You sure you remember back when I was doing weekly podcasts like streams, you were hitting like 50 each week? It totally wasn't. It 100% for sure wasn't 50. I think I'm going to go. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go in. I'm going to take everything with me because if I am not able to make it out. Okay, this obviously is not the right way. Let's go this way. Okay, this is a Pac-Man maze. So I've exhausted everything that way. Yeah. Well, we'll see if we can get to the other side. Let's do that. And some of you might recognize the strategy I'm using. This is the strategy that we knew people would be using in our mazes. So our very first maze, like the very, very first one, the one that doesn't exist anymore and is long decayed. When we were making that one, we were thinking to ourselves, we don't want people using this strategy because it's too easy. Like, the strategy is everywhere you go, you just make a left turn, or you choose one of the directions. And if you get to a dead end, you turn around like this, and then you make your left, the next left. I don't need this map here right now. Now this is that situation where if the designer of the maze knew about this strategy, they would make this path the way out and that one the red herring, because most people will come down this aisle and go down this path, although they clearly didn't think this one through, because that one's clearly not it. There's this thing about people, they tend to skip over the first one and go down the second one. If this is a Pac-Man maze, please do the Pac-Man noise. Wah, wah, wah. Waka, waka, waka. I don't even know what the Pac-Man noise is. This is going to be a dead end, I can tell. Yeah. I actually knew before it was going to be a dead end because I've already explored over there I've already explored over there already, so it couldn't have possibly been going that way. We'll just take the next left, this one, and then left, and then left. And that's, this might go somewhere. Oh, no, that's a dead end. Okay, out and left, and then left. And the left is going to be an egg, and then I'm going to go this way and left. Okay, that's a dead end. So it's going to turn me around and come back here. And left. Yeah. And eventually we'll get out this way. We don't even have to think about where we're going or what we're doing. I don't think this is going to be right, but we'll go this way anyway. Yeah, it's not. They could sneak a little path in here somewhere. However, I doubt it. Same with this. I doubt this is going to lead anywhere. I'm going to get to an epic dead end right here. Okay. So, and this is also dead end, yeah. Okay. It's okay. May as well exhaust all possibilities here. This is an interesting spot. It doesn't feel like the center, though. Feels like I'm closer to that end. Should have chosen bright as my way. This is going to be a dead end. Yeah. And it was the launch. Yeah, totally. You're seeing some pretty juicy numbers in 2020. Yeah, totally. That, as I said, that was the time. Let's see what it says here. Right. Right. This was right after the launch. Right. The launch happened 2020 in the summer. So let's go back to that. If somewhere in here, 118. Wow. And then 100, and then 109. Okay, so those 3 days, like, look at that. That was right. Anybody know the exact date of the launch? It was at the end of July, and it very well might have been the 24th here. And even like leading up to it, it looks like our numbers were big, but that might have been in anticipation, right? In anticipation of the launch. Like, we were coming back, and always, whenever we do a long break and we come back, that very first stream always does well. And then this was the day of the launch, I'm sure of it. I'm almost certain. And then as we progress, yeah, the numbers start going down a little bit. But they were pretty high here sometimes, and then in the long run, it stayed more like these numbers, 40, 30, 40, 50, something like that. But if you look before this, let me see if there's like a way to, how did you do that? How did you set a date range? Streams into 2020. More? Yeah, let's I don't know when a good time, but it looks like this only goes back to 2015. Let's just look. Okay. We didn't stream at all in 2017. Whoops. Yeah, this is the type of numbers that yeah. There's a 51. Now, also keep in mind the peak viewers, if somebody raids with a whole bunch of people, it puts the peak viewers really high, right? And sometimes that doesn't always necessarily correspond with the average, right? So on this day with 51, the average was 28, right? And the average is kind of in line with the rest of the numbers, right? So, but this would have been me by myself probably in 2018. This would have been me and Brian, for sure. This would have been me and Brian this long ago. 2016. And these are... There's not that many in here. Why? Yeah, and you can even tell it's me and Brian because the time... Brian never did any of the long streams with me. He always wanted it to be hour and a half. That was his goal. Hour and a half streams. I don't know if you guys remember that. It's like rosy colored memory of, but you know, here's a 45-minute stream. Hour 45, hour 15, right? This was back in the big, I would say that we were quite, because we started in end of 2012, beginning of 2013, and we built up, and this 2015 would be 2 years later. So we were doing bi-weekly, or possibly we would be doing every 3 weeks. Like we weren't doing every week either. Right? And this day, you see, like this day would be like, we would be like, yeah, this was a good day. Average of 27, that was a good day for us at this time. Yeah, but I think a lot of the streams happened in 2014, 2013. And then we started taking our breaks, and then we would come back and do a little stint. I thought it was 2016 that we did our, like the Labyrinth. When did the Labyrinth start? Gosh, when did we start making the Labyrinth? 2016 probably, or 2015. Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of that's kind of it. And Jack, welcome back. Yeah. So here's the other thing is a lot of people watched our videos on YouTube only. Right? They couldn't make it to our streams the times that we were streaming, and we were only streaming for an hour and a half or something like that. I didn't do my strategy. This goes around in a circle. Okay. And Jack, you might notice I'm in a labyrinth that I kind of stumbled upon. Oh. Maybe remembering it better than it was, but somehow I felt like streaming was popping. I mean, back then, streaming Worm was like, nobody was streaming Worm. like in the 2013, 2014, I think Brian and I were streaming Worm on Twitch. And when I say streaming Worm, I mean like doing regular, like not just like stream a couple times and then not stream again. There were a lot of that happening, but the people that were streaming regularly, I feel like it was Brian and I, and then Gaffer started shortly after, but he was streaming on Mixer. So I remember watching Gaffer on Mixer in 2013. It's good to see me in a maze, Griff. It makes me feel better to see me last in a maze as well. Yeah, we were doing treasure hunts. But then I saw this and I was like, okay, I gotta go in here. You know, I haven't been to the whole other side of the maze, like that side. And I feel like I got myself in a little circle here. Hold on one second. Okay. Just helping my son find his charging cable. Yeah. Mazes are fun, emotionally testing, but fun. Hey, Draka, welcome on in. Long time no see. How's it going? Oh, another dead end. And you'd follow that right-hand wall. Okay. They can be, and you love your gated maze. I mean, mazes like these ones, like that are, like you might have heard in the past, Brian and I talking a lot about mazes, and we would often refer to what we would call Pac-Man mazes. And when we say that phrase, what we mean is this kind of maze, where it's like a single layer. Okay, I'm back here. It's a single layer, and so there's no mines or anything like that, or no multi-story, and it's just walls. And in a maze like this, there's a cheat that you can use, and I'm trying to use that cheat right now. I think that I've gone through half of it now. I've seen half of the maze. This is going to be a dead end. Or a circle back. Right, a circle back, okay. Okay. That's one of the first circles that I've seen in this maze so far. So far, it's all been dead ends. So that's the first circle. That's good to know. That there are circles in here. So the cheat is you keep turning the same direction every time. So I've chosen left. And so every time I see a left turn, I turn that way. And if I see a dead end like this, I'm going to turn left. I imagine I turn myself around, come out, and turn left again. And just keep turning left like this. Left, left, left. Now, that was the first circle that I found myself in. Okay, this is dead end. And this looks like another circle, actually. I'm gonna pop out. Or maybe maybe not. This is a dead end. Okay. It's either gonna be a circle or a dead end. But these circles make, if you're making a maze, putting more circles in is better. Okay, because it thwarts people who are doing this strategy. And it also makes people walk around in circles forever. Because if every direction ends in a dead end, all you need to do is turn around and keep going. And you'll eventually make it to the end. If it's only dead ends. Okay, I've been here. So I circled around. Let's go this way and then turn left. Oh, I see something actually. And I made it to the end of the wall, so I'm just going to peek over here. I do see something right there sticking out. So 2 things to investigate now. I got a well over here. Well. And it's just water. Okay. So like no clues or anything. That's okay. And I can't get to there from here, but it's very potentially the out. So we're going to go this way. Yeah, it's the out. But to get there... I need to come down this path. From over here. Which means... I almost wish I could zoom out just a tad bit more. Island walls too, right? What do you mean by island walls? And no island walls. I'm not sure what you mean by that. And got a headache today, so I wouldn't touch games today. Sorry to hear that, Draka. Hold on. I would follow right-hand wall. Okay, so yeah. So the maze solving handbook. So I'm following a left-hand wall. I'm doing the same strategy as that, but just the left-hand wall. But I don't know what you mean by island walls. And when you first came to my maze, Griff, I thought it was going to be a Pac-Man maze. You were wrong. Yeah. Yep. So, as I've been mentioning, that's not our first maze that we made. So we went into that build knowing all of the things. Like that maze was a combination of all of the things we had learned over the many times of making mazes. And we just kept wanting to make them harder and harder and harder. And that one we went into with the thought that what we want is to make it so that everybody going through the maze is gonna feel like they're getting funneled back to the beginning the whole time. So the whole maze is designed in circles that lead back to the beginning. Every tunnel that you go down, and you keep walking down this tunnel, and you come out of the tunnel, and you're like, man, I've been here before. Man, I've seen this part before. I feel like I'm going around in circles. So we designed it that way. So if it felt that way, perfect. And you responding to cats per doing a bit poop tonight due to lack of sleep, but otherwise good. Okay, so and also streaming day is also another thing that. But lack of sleep, that's not good, cats. Got to get your sleep. And Draka, you've done the labyrinth right when we got it done. You need to go up there with your alts again. Were you able to make it out on the day that we opened and had the big event? I kind of remember there was a prize, but I don't remember what the prize was. But I do know that Fabricant was the one who won it. Fabricant won the prize. He was the first through. And island walls foil the trick. Obviously, like, oh, so I see what you're saying. Like a wall that I'm calling island walls a circle. So, like, if you keep following the left wall and you keep going around and around in a circle. No worries, cats. You don't have to. I believe that everybody should just do what's right, like what's in their heart, like what's the natural thing. And I don't want to stop you from doing that, like to holding back that natural response. If I get embarrassed, that's not the end of the world for me. And yeah, I basically said what my feeling about it is that the more negative feeling I get is the feeling of I can't reciprocate, or I can reciprocate, but it's really, oh, it's like coming out of my comfort zone, you know. I tried. You should have seen me. Like, I'm like, I gotta get cats back for this. I gotta like, I'm trying to like come up with something to say. none of it came out right. And so I kept deleting. Okay, I for this maze, I have an idea. So I'm gonna abandon my strategy because I now know the exit path. The idea is this: I'm gonna go back here and try to get all the way to the right, all the way up against, as far to the right there as possible. And I have a lot of chat to catch up to as well. So Draco, you slept for 15 hours last night, but as so I didn't eat anything to add on top of my body, just being mad. Okay, yeah. Also, changing sleep habits, even if it's sleeping a long time, can also throw everything off too. So, and Puzzle Labyrinth damn near broke my spirit. And how long have you been doing that, by the way? Wait, what? Hold on, did I miss something? Wait, not bad. I had to make the hard decision to leave SL today. I was still Second Life. I was still sing, just not on that platform anymore. Get yourself a nice hot cocoa and some sleep. Oh, how come? Right, and how long have you been doing? Okay, so now I've caught up on that part. Dead ends, lots of them. Appears to be right way is actually the wrong way. Okay. Almost 3 years now. Still singing, just not in Second Life. Okay. Now, is it a decision based on the fact that you're just not playing Second Life anymore? You're not. It's not interesting enough anymore, or did something happen? Lots of twists and turns, short pass before turn, making a good maze. I got the Puzzle King ball, but not the prize. I was a few days later because of work. Right. Well, only one person got the prize. Lots of people showed up, and only one person got the prize. That prize was determined by the GMs, or can't remember who. Buddha might remember if it was him or if it was Retro. Retro might have come up with the prize. I can't remember. And Griff, you didn't mean to bring up the topic again. I wrote it in the chat a while ago. Okay, but then eventually it pasted there. No worries. Okay, no worries. I just saw it flashing and I thought I missed something. And I can leave a trail of breadcrumbs so you know where you've been. Yeah, Jack, you'd like to hear the story too. What happened? Yeah, and in terms of the maze, I know where I've been. And I kind of know where I have to go too. So thing is, I came in the maze somewhere over there and I went this way and I weaved away around like this. But now I'm thinking I have to actually get into this corner over here. That's where I have to get. So the only way that I can get to that corner is there's either a path I missed going this way that will lead me around it into the corner here, or I missed a path back there that leads me over there. But I was turning left the whole time. There's no way. There's no way. So my guess is that, and if the person was thinking about this, trying to be clever, what they would have done is somewhere in this vicinity over here, they would have put a path that goes the way I'm facing, all the way to the left, all the way around, and all the way back towards the right, and sort of weaving in and out like that. That's what I would do anyway, if I'm making a single layer maze. There's like a one path that leads into. That's the only way to make a Pac-Man maze extra challenging. But one thing that I notice is that this maze doesn't seem to be a one-way maze. It seems like because you could be on that side, like you come down that hill, enter in that way, and now you're going the opposite way. So I'm not sure. See, I was about to do that thing where I was going to pass that entrance. Okay, that's... And this is all dead ends, all of it. Yeah. Okay, actually, before I go to the dead end, I'm as far as I can get to over here. So you see this pathway here? I want to get into there. See, I doubt this is going to work, but we'll try. Huh. I successfully got into here, but it's actually not where I want to be. And it turns out it's not exactly what I thought. Okay, so then the entrance has to be this way. I'm close. Nope, it's not here either. Because this is going to lead me back to the left in a dead end. So, the next opportunity is this one. And I want to get to the other side of this wall here. My instinct is to go left here, but let's go right and see what happens. We'll come back here. Yep, good thing I trusted that. Made it. Okay, let's go up here and just see if I can see from above. There's this really nice bridge above it. That solved the maze, yeah. It wasn't that bad though. Let's see. One thing about the maze is that everywhere to the left of this line, like if I drew a line halfway through, everywhere to the left of this line, you don't even have to go there. All of that is probably all dead ends and paths. Let's see if I can get to a spot where I can see. This place is really cool. Lots of pillars, and you can tell somebody who like this is a insane dirt wall that was constructed here. Yeah, so here's the entrance that I came in, coming around this way. You're forced into this corner, right? It looks like there's no way coming in there. You have to be forced into this corner. So, which means the person who comes in this way and is trying to get through the maze, if they choose to do the right, like I'm going to just go right the whole time, it'll lead them into this corner. Like there's no, like that's the way the right trick works, is that every time you have the opportunity to turn right, you're going to turn right, and that's going to leave you always on the right side of the maze, and it's going to keep pushing you forward and to the right, and you're going to end up in this corner, and then that will lead you out. Going the other way, I was trying left, which ultimately would have worked. I just got distracted and stopped using the strategy at some time. In fact, I got to this part on this side of the wall, and if I had just kept using that same strategy, I would have eventually made it out. I just decided to turn around and go back for some reason. Which means that this whole other side of the maze, unfortunately, is a lot of build, but none of this path over here leads in or out. It probably just leads in circles. Yeah, that was good. It was good. Oh yeah, well, you can't fall. I'm on a cart. It's one hell of a dirt wall. How do you even build something like that? Yeah, and like you see this pillar here? That pillar? That connects this bridge to that bridge, and that pillar there. There's another dirt wall over here. So this person, well, okay. Nowadays, building a dirt wall is not hard at all. The hardest part is starting it. And one might have imagined that the land was natural enough here where these trees are, maybe, that all they needed to do was raise. Because you can see there's stone down there, right? Like the rock. So my guess is originally this place had a rock face that went up to the top of this hill somewhere, like up to where these trees are, like it's just a natural rock. So they might have just level to bring it out here. And then once they're there, then they just level across. Okay, so level can get you most of the way. Nowadays, you can level tile borders. So, for example, if I'm standing on one corner of a tile, yeah, like they added all these features to make it really easy to make these dirt walls. But let's say I'm standing over here and I want to raise this tile here, for example. I'm standing on a flat land, so I can just right click this and level. And I'm not going to do it, but you level, and this just brings it up so that it's level with this one. And then you just once it's level, you move over and you level again. And you just need to have dirt in your inventory. Getting these pillars, though, is a different story. You can't level to get those pillars because there's nothing that high. So the way to do that is, let's suppose these 4 tiles here, I want to make a big pillar by raising these 4 tiles. And by the way, you can't raise one tile. There's no way to raise just a single tile. You would have to raise 4 tiles and then dig down the other ones if you want only one tile. So the way to raise 4 tiles is you drop dirt in the middle, so it's like a little peak. And then you right click this one and you flatten. And what flatten does is it takes the excess dirt, like if I'm flattening this tile, what it's going to do is it's going to take the extra dirt. It compares all 4 corners, right? It compares all 4 corners to see which one's the highest, which one's the lowest, and so on. And it will adjust the dirt from the highest and move it to the lowest. And it'll keep doing that one at a time, and it'll just keep distributing from the highest one to the lowest one until it's all leveled. Okay, so it's going to raise that corner there, and it's going to lower this corner, and it'll raise the other 2 corners. Once that is all done, you just drop more dirt, and you just keep repeating. And you can see now why you can't raise only one tile, because you'll get to a point where you can no longer drop dirt on this corner because you're 40 tiles up, or 40 slope up, and all of a sudden dropping dirt causes the tiles to flow down. So you then have to flatten that one, so it's going to distribute the dirt from this tile to those ones, and then distribute to that one, and you have to flat raise all 4. And you keep dropping and flat, dropping and flat, dropping and flattening. And over time, it's just going to keep going up and up and up and up. And because you're not dropping it on the edge where there's too much of a slope, you're always dropping it in the middle. You can always drop, and then it just spreads it, and it doesn't flow down. Okay, and that's how you get that. You can do that really. You can go until the slope is 300. Yeah, that's. See, here's the thing: is that there was a time when level was not in the game. You could not level. So there was no way to bring up this to be flat. So like by right clicking and just leveling, right? So if you wanted to bring this up flat, the way you would do it is you would come back 1 tile and you would drop dirt right here. Let me just think about this. It's been so long since we had to do this. If I want to bring this tile up. Right. Okay, so if you wanted to bring this tile up, what you would do is you would flatten. You would stand here and you would flatten this tile. And what that would do is it would lower these 2 corners. Like these 2 would lower and the other 2 would be raised. Okay? So when you're all done, this tile would be flat, but it would be like halfway It would be about halfway. Okay. Then you stand on that tile and you drop dirt in the corner where it's still resting up against here so it doesn't slide off the edge, and you flatten again. And then you keep dropping into the corner, this corner right here, and you keep flattening. And that brings it up. That was the only way to do that back then. And people would have to, you'd have to calculate, like, because if I want it to be flat with this tile here, I want to eventually get all of it back flat to this tile back here, you'd have to know exactly how much dirt needed to go on all four corners. So you would calculate, you would say like, that 67 slope, that 67 slope, which means I need 67 dirt on that corner and 67 dirt on that corner. So I would prepare my 130, whatever the sum of those two numbers, I would prepare that much dirt. And then I would start my process. I would right click this and I'd flatten until this tile was flat, but these two corners will be lower and these two corners will be higher. That's what flattening will do. And then I would step into this corner right here where, I don't know if you can imagine it, but this tile now would be sloped downwards to a flat tile that's sort of half as high. And so when you're standing on this corner now, you're standing up against a slope upwards. So you can drop dirt there safely. It's not going to slide down. And I have a flattened tile right here. So I raise this and then I flatten again, and it's going to spread it over. And I'm going to need to spread 100 and like whatever the sum of these two numbers are, 67 plus 67. That's how much dirt I'm going to have to drop and spread, drop and spread, drop and spread. And once I finish dropping all that amount of dirt, it will be exactly flush with this. Everything will be back to the way it is. Yeah. It's not that the slopes will be halfway in between. It's only because in this situation, both these are 67 and this tile border is flat already. So what the flatten will do is it'll pick the tile corner that's the highest, which will be one of these two corners, lower it by 1, and then pick one of the corners at the lowest and raise it by 1. Okay, so this corner is going to get lowered by 1. That corner is going to get raised by 1. Then the next time it's going to go over to this corner because that one's the highest, lower that one by 1 and raise this one by 1. And it's going to repeat that over and over and over again for the entire duration of the flatten action. So I flatten, you see it's like 2 minutes, 50 seconds. It's going to tell me I can't flatten because the bridge is there. But that's sort of what's going to happen. Like, one by one dirt is going to go to the bottom from the top, and then it's going to keep doing that until this tile is flat. Right. But dropping dirt only goes so far, right? Because once you drop, let's say I get to the bottom corner, that corner there, and I drop. There's going to come a point where this slope here is more than 40 and I won't be able to drop anymore. Yeah, it spreads. It slides down the slope. It's hard to explain it if I'm not doing it and showing. But yeah, you just can't work out how people realize how this is how it's doing it. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to, like, you have to be doing a lot of it and watching carefully. And yeah. But this conversation reminds me, Jack, because we were on your stream and you were... Where am I exactly, actually? I have to figure out exactly where I am. But on your stream, you were inquiring about something. And I was trying to answer, but I couldn't quite figure out how to explain it through text. And it was... yeah, once you get in the rhythm of it, you get it. Yeah, totally. It's one of those things that once you figure it out, you'll get it from there. Yeah, I just gonna go straight south from here. So the thing that you were asking about was, why is it that people are suggesting that when you're trying to get a treasure map by, let's say, digging or mining or whatever, why is it people are saying that you should only queue up one action at a time? And the answer is quite complicated. I was trying to explain it, but I was like, no, there's no way I'm going to get it all so that it makes sense to whoever's reading this. And this doesn't only go for treasure maps, by the way. This goes for any time you're trying to get a rare anything. Yeah, digging once, waiting, digging again, waiting, exactly, yeah. And this is because of the way that the rare system works. The rarity system. So in order to understand why it's happening this way, you have to first understand how is it that the rare roll happens at all? Like, what is this rare system? Sorry, I know I'm going to lose my voice today. I feel it. I'm gonna have to bring up a few of these. Okay, so here I'll attempt to explain. What is a rare, really? Yeah, I'm currently doing. Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, like when I say rare, I mean, you know, I want to make a rare pickaxe so that I have a rare pickaxe. And by the way, you can make yourself a rare pickaxe if you want to. It actually takes a lot less time than you might think if you are setting yourself out to get a specific item to be rare. It's just as long to get a rare map, for example, than it is to get a rare pickaxe if you want one. So the way that the rare system works is this. Every second that you are playing, and I'm not using this figuratively. I mean literally every second that passes on the clock in Worm, a roll happens in the background that you don't get to see. It's like checking, then checking again, checking again, checking again, and doing this over and over again. Every second. And it's the equivalent of rolling a 3,600 sided dice, where one of those sides is a winner and all the other ones are a loser. Okay, so every second that passes, a dice is rolled. Okay, the dice is figurative, but not every second. Every second it's happening. There's like a hidden roll in the background. And if you win the roll, then a rare window opens. Okay, so I'm going to use this phrase a lot, so I'm going to define what I mean by a rare window. A rare window is a 20-second period of time. So let's say you roll the dice and you win the roll, a rare window opens and it closes in 20 seconds. If during that 20 seconds you send an action to the server, such as dig, such as mine, or create pickaxe head, you're sending the action to the server and you get the little message, you will create a pickaxe head after you finish whatever it is that you're doing. Or you know, like let's say I dig over here and you'll get it's too hard. It's frozen too hard. I can't dig on tundra or moss. I can dig on moss. I start to dig. After you finish digging, you start digging again. So when I got that message, after I finish digging, you start digging again. That's the moment that the action is sent to the server. Okay. So when I queue up 6 actions, all of those actions just got sent to the server. And then when I'm sitting back, no actions are getting sent to the server right now. None of these actions that are happening, that are starting now, like the you start to dig, none of that is determining whether I get a rare. It's only this action after you finish digging. If one of those actions starts during that 20-second window, that action will be considered a rare action. When you get to the end of that action, you will be notified that that action was a rare action by the green swirly things. And in the case of digging moss or digging dirt or digging clay, it will be a rare clay. Okay, it will be a rare dirt. When you're mining, it will be a rare shard. Okay, now there's also a very small chance that it's not rare, but rather supreme or fantastic. And so there's a roll that happens to determine if it's going to be rare, supreme, or fantastic. It's something like 10% chance for supreme and like 0.001 something like that percent chance for fantastic. The numbers are out there. You can probably find the exact numbers. I'm making these up. Oh, here, Nin has the numbers. 1/5 chance to turn an item rare when improving with a rare roll. Okay, so this 1/25th chance for a rare roll to be supreme, and 1 out of 97,000 chance for a rare roll to be fantastic. Okay, so there's the numbers. Now, the 1/5 chance is only if you're improving. So that's the wording that Nin has given, and that's true. However, if you're digging, it's 100% chance it's going to be rare. What I'm uncertain about is it also a 1 in 25 chance for it to be supreme? Like, let's say I'm digging when the rare window opens and I get a dirt comes out of the earth. It's for sure going to be rare, supreme, or fantastic now, right? So you're saying it's still a 1 in 25 chance it'll be supreme, 1 in 9,700 chance to be fantastic. Oh yeah, we'll get to the attachment, but yeah, this is good that you're putting out all the numbers here. Okay, when improving deletes the source. Those are the other ways of getting rares. Okay, we'll get to those ones in a second because the system is so freaking complicated. There's like, if you're doing this, then that, and if you're doing that, then this, and if it's this sort of situation, and there's 10 more situations that it could be. Okay, but let's stick with for a second, just the situation where we're digging, mining, dropping a tree, gathering, like foraging, botanizing, those ones, right? Maybe production. Something in my mind that's telling me there's something different about production. Anyway, let's just stick with the ones that are going to get you a map, okay? Just to make things, because I know Jack, that's what Jack's like mostly interested in, at least for now. We can get into all the other ways of getting rares for all the other things, but let's just take digging, because that's what Jack's doing right now, digging clay. And you're digging, and then that roll's happening in the background. It's random, and randomly it'll open. You'll have 20 seconds in which you have to initiate an action. So the problem happens when you queue up actions, right? Because if you queue up, let's say 5 actions or however many actions, and each action is 7 seconds long, it'll be 35 seconds before you send another. And in that 35 seconds, the rare window can open and then close. And then you start your actions after that, and you can completely miss it. Okay? Now, the numbers, this 1 out of 3,600 chance every second works out to be approximately once per hour, right? Because there's 3,600 seconds in an hour, and you're rolling this dice 1 out of 3,600. On average, it'll happen once an hour or so. Yeah, the more you queue, the more you stand to miss a window. Exactly. I mean, it'll be different if, let's say, all of your queues take less than 20 seconds completely to finish. Like, for example, when I mine, my first 6 actions, the 6 actions that I can queue, are all less than 3 seconds. So I can queue 6 actions, and it's 18 seconds before I'm going to queue them again. In that situation, you can safely queue, right? Because as long as within 20 seconds you're sending another action, then that action then you're not missing any of the rare windows. And Taiki, you've been getting a lot of praying actually. Oh yeah. My priest is cleaning up. Yeah, that, because prayer. Well, here's the thing about praying is that if you're queuing up prayers, you're for sure going to be missing some windows. Yeah, you're going to be missing some windows because a prayer action will take anywhere from 20 to 30 seconds, depending on your faith. And then if you queue up, let's say 4 of them or 5, depending on how many actions you have, you could be not sending any signal to the server. You might only be sending it once a minute or something like that. Yeah, this is really interesting. So doing one dig action, waiting 1 second, then doing one dig action again is the best way if I'm correct. It depends. It's not necessarily the best way. So it all depends on how long are your dig actions and how many actions can you queue up. So if your dig actions are like 4 seconds, then you actually can queue up a few, maybe 3. That'll be 12 seconds before you have to queue up the next ones. Okay, so about 5 seconds for it. So yeah, you don't want to queue up all 4 of those then. And for those of you who are listening and are thinking to yourself, I should tell them about the bonus seconds, I'm getting to that in a second, but right now we'll just assume there's no bonus seconds. So you just want to make sure that within 20 seconds, you are sending another set of actions. Yeah, that's it. So you can, let's say, queue up 3 of those actions. 3 times 5.7 is something like 16 or 17 seconds, let's say. And then if at the very end of that 17 seconds, you send another 3 actions, then you will not be missing any of the rare windows. And if a rare window opens and you queue up 3 actions, then that first action is going to be the rare roll. You also have to be very careful because there's certain clicks and other actions that will eat your rare window. Yeah. I was also going to get to that too. But I just want to make sure that the basic idea is understood, because that's the fundamental bit. Because then I'm about to drop a whole bunch of other things onto this that muddle everything up again. Okay, so that's the basic premise, and you just got to make sure that you're sending actions within every 20 seconds, because that window can open and then it's going to close, and you have to make sure that when it opens, you're sending actions within that 20 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the bonus seconds now. So if you go into your village, you manage settlement info. There's a line somewhere that talks about faith bonuses. It's underneath the first block of text, and there's a little space. The next block of text is, this settlement is granted the following faith bonuses. And if you read down the line, one of them says rarity window. And there's a bonus number of seconds. So my rarity window, I don't know actually why this is the case. Oh, I know why, because I sacrificed some of those special items recently. I have a rarity bonus window of 5 seconds. Okay, you have 10 seconds. Okay. And you never knew why. Keep it at 10, don't know why. This is why. Because when your bonus is 10 seconds, when that window opens, you now will have 30 seconds before the window closes. You have an extra 10 seconds now. So now that I know that you have 10 bonus seconds, that means you can actually queue up all 4 of your actions, because the 4 actions will take less than 30 seconds to complete. And then you can queue up the next 4 actions. Yeah. So that's what the bonus seconds do. Okay. Now to what Nin just said, just the last thing she said. Because there are certain things that you can do that will close the window if it's opened. Okay, so the window opens, and let's say you haven't yet sent your actions yet, but if you do one of these things, it will close the window before you have the chance to send the action. Okay, and some of these things are really annoying. Okay, so if you, correct me if I'm wrong on any of these, because I might not be remembering, or I might not be fully understanding all of them. But I think this one is true, and this one's the worst by far. If you right click and this window opens, am I right when I think about that's one of them? If I right click and this window opens, that cancels the rear window? Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not wrong. This is one of the worst ones. So you're digging away, you queued up your actions, you're like feeling good, and you're right clicking stuff. The problem is that right click, bringing up this menu, cancels the rear window. Yeah, but you could be digging away, and if you didn't know that, you could be like, oh, what's that thing over there? Oh, I'm gonna give an emote to that guy over there. Yeah, or like you're thinking, like, yeah, and anytime you do it without thinking, right? You do it without thinking. You're like, oh, I just want to do this. I want to drink from my, I want to go over here and drink from my water. Or you're wondering about something and you just right click. Yeah, that will close the window if it was opened. Yeah, so you want improve on a keybind, exactly. Repair is an unfortunate second, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get to the improving in a second. And Katsu right-click stuff all the time, exactly. So this was discovered, and I don't know who discovered it, but I might have been Oblivion Reaver. He posted a big post about this rare window problem. And I think he found out by looking through the unlimited code, or somebody looked through the unlimited code. Anyway, Oblivion Reaver made a post about it. This is how I found out about it. It was a long time ago. But after the new servers, this was only discovered after the new servers opened, but over a year ago. There's other things that do it. But I can't remember the name. I can't remember the specifics now. Is it like examine? You know what? Let's go see if we can find this post, because this is this is important information. Okay. Let's just search rare window. What? It's probably going to be a long time ago. If somebody can find the post before me and link it for me, that would be greatly appreciated. And thanks, Jack Tried It, for that sub. You're fully invested now. Game-changing stuff. Let's see if we can find this thing. I want window as well, so rare and window. I don't just want rare stuff. I deserve more. Love my content. Well, thank you so much, Jack. Yeah, and we'll talk about also how to create rare items, like how to get, let's say, a rare pickaxe or something like that. Or, oh my goodness, this is taking forever. What? It's highlighting the word and? No. Oh, I don't want the phrase. What is wrong with this search? I want that. There it is. That's what I want. Is it? Yeah, that's the one. Thanks. And Stash, you got it as well. That's the one. Thanks. And Oblivion Reaver, he posts some insanely important information. Anytime you see him make a thread like it's his thread, it's worth reading. Almost every single time. So he says, not sure if this is entirely a bug or if it's just a weird system that's working as Rolf intended, or some are bugs, but rarity windows will be consumed by actions that have no chance of rarity and don't go through and have no actual action in game. Basically, anything that gives actions performed, right-click menus, or action class time, I'm not sure what that means, will consume rare windows. Some things I could understand being a thing, even if they're stupid/annoying, such as using a G-series key to try to one imp with all your tools to consume the rare window on a failed imp with the wrong tool and cutting your rarity chances by 1/5. Yeah, okay, we can talk about that in a second. That's a advanced technique using G keys. But things like examining, right-click windows, or doing anything that can give you answered an old question, it is timed out for 50 minutes or been replaced by more recent, can consume a rare window as well, which doesn't seem intended. Combined with the very low chance of imping rare actually going through, it's no wonder why rare spamming has reigned supreme for so long, as these oddities are much easier to get around with a crafting window. And the rest of this post goes into more detail about specific things. Okay, but yeah, 2021. This was mentioned and confirmed that that's the way it is. And right, so this is where we are. And we actually had a rare creation chance nerf on NFI. I'm not actually sure if it's been changed still. Right, that I always thought that was rumor, but I'm not sure. People who are active rare creators definitely felt like there was a nerf on rare creation, but they couldn't quite pin it down exactly what was causing it. And hey, Gaffer, welcome on in. Yeah, we're just talking about rares and chances of getting rares. So, moral of the story, if you're going for maps, just make sure that you're sending actions every 20 seconds and don't right-click or examine or do anything that's going to send the server some message. And you can confirm that in Discord or something. Can't post it in here. Okay. Yeah, like I'm somewhat interested. Yeah, totally. If you want to post it, I believe that there is some kind of nerf based on the sheer number of rare makers. I just don't know what the nerf is, or but if it's a confirmation that comes, like, let's say directly from above, I'd be interested to see what it was said there. So back to actually making rares. Okay, so we kind of covered the situation where you're digging, mining, gathering from the environment. Those will always give you a rare if the rare roll happens and the action continues and comes to an end and you collect the item. The item will be rare. But it works completely differently if you're creating something. Like, completely differently. The same thing happens with a rare window, and the action has to start at the beginning of the rare window. But if you're creating something, then it depends on the type of thing that you're creating, how it will determine whether it becomes rare or not. Okay, so there's a whole category that I'll stick with for a second, which is the type of item that you take two items. Sorry, let's go back to one. the type of item that you have a resource and a tool, you activate the tool, you create the item. Okay, so there's that kind of rare chance. And even there, I feel like there's different items work differently. Like if I'm doing this with planks, so I have a log, I take a saw, I activate the saw, and I make a plank. I feel like planks will always be rare, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I feel like planks, if you successfully make the plank during a rare window roll, it will become rare or supreme or fantastic or something like that. But if the item is something more like a tool or a horseshoe, a needle, what else does that? You just like a rock shard and a whetstone, you know, like resource, tool, create, and it comes out finished. That kind of item. Then it seems like it's a 50-50. Now, I'm not sure if that's the thing that got nerfed on NFI. The item creation code for rares. Yeah. Here's where so what I'm saying applies to the old way, which is based on the Wurm code, or the Wurm Unlimited code. Okay, so as Nin is saying, things have been changed. Oh, these things can get smaller. Nice. Is that new? Yeah, that's so based on the Wurm Unlimited code, it was a 50-50 in those situations. So to get a rare horseshoe, to get a rare pickaxe head, all of those items, it felt like a 50-50. So if you start the action during the rare window, you have a 50% chance of becoming rare. You know what? This one I'm going to get quickly because I can see its name, and I think that its name will be on here. If I open up the special... What was it? Malillary. Malillary. Malillary? And at least it'll give me something to aim towards. There it is. Malillary. And I'm entering over here. I think I passed that, so I'm going down here. Okay, I'm just gonna go down to Honsuit and hang a left. And there's also another map over here too, so let's close these ones for now. We'll come back to them. And is that Hanzu there? Nope. I'm coming off of this. So I need to go pretty far. Okay. So back to this. So let's say you want to make a rare horseshoe, let's say, for example. Then the strategy is you get yourself lined up with a ton of iron and your large anvil, and you just create a horseshoe. You wait, depends on your window. So like, let's say you have the default 20 seconds. You wait like 15 seconds and then you create another horseshoe, and you just keep doing that over and over again without right clicking anything and without examining anything. You just keep doing that over and over again, and you'll get a rare horseshoe that way. It might take 15 minutes, it might take an hour, it might take 3 hours. It's going to be completely random, and but you'll for sure get a rare horseshoe out of it, and possibly more than one if you keep at it. Did I miss a rare guard tower up there? No. Now, if you're improving an item, so let's say you got a pickaxe, your friend made a set in like 2 days. He was trying to explain it to me. Yeah. Yeah. So that's exactly what he's doing. He's create horseshoe, wait 15 seconds, create horseshoe, and just doing that. What I've seen some people do is they'll either have a timer on their phone or you can use the in-game timer. This one, under tools, timers. Put it on my screen somewhere. I don't see the timer. Oh, there it is. What they'll do is they'll set up a timer, and then they'll add a timer that's like just timer or whatever. That's like 60 hours long or whatever. And then just start the timer, and they're just watching the second. They'll watch the seconds. And at the 45, they'll create. And then at the 30, they'll create. And then at the 15, they'll create. Like they'll have a timer going. Or you can have it on the phone or something. Where am I? I just don't want to have gotten all the way down here. I wanted to turn at Hoon's suit, but I didn't see it. So let's see if there's a tower over here somewhere. Even if I was down here, I should see this tower, Sheriff. This is not on the highway system anymore. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go back a little bit. Starts to literally make notes here. Okay, now to improving, because often people are improving. They're finding themselves improving. Okay, I think I missed the turn. I'm going to go back this way. Improving is more complicated in two ways. One is the chances of creating a rare when improving, even when everything's going perfectly, is only 1 in 5, not 1 in 2. So like you're improving, you get a rare roll, it's a successful roll, but it doesn't turn rare. Okay, that happens more often than not. Okay, it's only a 1 in 5 chance. If you make it to the end of the action was successful, and it was during a rare window, and you get the rare greeny stuff, and everything went perfectly, it's only a 1 in 5 chance to get it to turn rare, which is low. But then there's also things that can mess it up. Here's Hansu. Okay, so there's lots of things that can mess it up. Like, for example, if you fail to improve, that cancels the rare. Doesn't matter even if you got the, like, it doesn't matter anything. If you fail to improve, cancels the rare. If you're doing a thing where you're, let's say you wait till the end and it damages the item and then you repair, that repair action could eat the window if the window just started right before the repair action. Right? So you improve, the improve bar is going, the rare window opens, you damage, then you hit repair. The repair action cancels the rare window. So what I started doing is sending the repair action right after I send the improve action. So improve repair. The bar goes, if the damage happens, it gets repaired. And I wait, and then I improve repair. So that avoids the repair eating the rare window. And even more so, I actually did an improve repair G key on my keyboard. So I press a single button and it improves repairs. I have 5 G keys, 1 for each tool. So just before it improves, it selects the tool belt. So it'll press 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, whatever number that corresponds with my tool belt. So those are my hotkeys. So as I press 2, 3, 4, 5, it changes the active item on my hotbar. And then I set the G key to press 1, then my improve hotkey, then my repair hotkey, all at once. Okay, now this is technically it's a macro, but it's one that's within the rule set of the game. The game allows you to do this type of macro. The worm rules allow you to use a macro as long as it sends all the commands at once with no delay in between, up to a maximum of filling your action queue. So if you have only 3 actions, you cannot create a macro that sends 4 actions or more. Okay, I passed where I need to go. This is the diagonal bit. So what was I looking for? Hold on. My brain will get there in a second. Yep, there we go. Okay. So this is the slate road I'm on, and that was the diagonal bit that I just saw. So I got to go up, up, the top, and then it's right here. It's right here somewhere. See if I can get up on this little ledge here. Yeah. So, but even in the best of circumstances, improving has a much lower chance of getting a rare than creation. So if you want that rare pickaxe, improving a pickaxe is not ideal. It's much more likely that you'll get a rare pickaxe by taking a lump of iron and an anvil and making a pickaxe head and spamming that over and over again once every 15, 20 seconds. Like with a 30-second window, you can actually wait 25 seconds or something like that and be safe. Q12. Where's Q? Q's right at the bottom, right along this line. And where's 12? Ooh, that's like right next to home. That's Misery. I know that. I know that tower. I don't even need to look at the map. I know where that tower is. Nice. I'm just going to name it Misery. I know exactly where that tower is. So that's in the... I'll just call it south. You're right. The only problem is you aren't getting much skill creating, if any. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of pickaxe heads than handles. Yeah. The handles, if you make a rare handle, I do not believe that it will transfer the rarity to the tool. I actually don't think I don't even think there's a chance. Like if I have a rare handle and I'm combining it with like a chisel, a normal chisel head, I don't even think there's a chance that it becomes rare. Unless a rare window opens. So I don't think the fact that the handle is rare adds any chance. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the way. Yeah, not even the 1 in 100 exactly. Yeah, so Nin, you're agreeing with me. So don't make a lot of handles hoping for a rare handle, because that's not helpful. Only the head, only the tool head or the weapon head will transfer the rarity. Yeah. I also heard that from a rare maker that the combining between the head and Quaffin, thank you so much for that sub. So, and this is just word of mouth now. I take this with a grain of salt, but I heard from a person that I know who makes rares. He made rares since I've known him back in 2015, and he was making rares on the new servers, and he was saying that he noticed one difference is, and this could go along with maybe what Nin was saying, that there's been a change to the rare system. The one difference he was noticing was that the combining action between, let's say, a normal pickaxe head and a normal shaft, and this is how he would used to make his rares. Like he'd make a whole bunch of pickaxe heads, a whole bunch of shafts, and back then the rare heads did not transfer rarity. Okay, so this original OG worm, if you got a rare pickaxe head and combined it with a shaft, it did not make a rare pickaxe. So what he would do is he'd make a whole bunch of pickaxe heads, a whole bunch of shafts, and one at a time combine them every 25 seconds or whatever. And he would say that would get him rares very often. But on NFI, he was saying that didn't give as many rares as if compared to if he was just making heads. He found that he was getting more rares and supremes just making heads. So pickaxe head, and just do that. So if you want to optimize your chances for getting a rare pickaxe head, then just make spam heads. Are you going to try that horseshoe strategy for a few hours? Yeah. If you're going to do this for a few hours, you're for sure going to get a rare, as long as you don't cancel your rare window. I shouldn't say for sure, because there is always that chance. And Taiki was saying yay for getting the treasure map. Yeah. There's two other ways of getting rares. And these are the ones that the rare makers are using all the time. Because you're going to get a rare. So if you do this a lot, you're going to get a rare easy at some point or another. The first way is if you have a rare resource that can be used to improve. So a rare log, a rare iron, rare stone, any of the resources that is used as part of the improving process, like rare leather. Okay. And if you're improving with that rare item, you don't get any bonus except for that improve action that consumes the item. Okay, so you're improving with the stone shard on a forge, let's say, and you're improving, and the stone shard is rare. You're getting no bonuses while you're improving until that very last moment when you have that last little bit of rock shard in your hand. It's like 0.2 weight, and you go to improve and the shard disappears from your inventory. And if there was a successful improve action, then there is a small, but there is a chance that the rarity of the shard instantly transfers to the forge or the item that you're improving. Yeah, rare log on a wagon, rare log on anything that's wood, a rare shard on anything that's stone, a rare lump that's on anything that's metal. In the action that consumes the rare resource, there is a exactly 1 in 100 chance, so a 1% chance that the rarity transfers. What this means is that if you have a fantastic rock shard and you're improving a forge with the fantastic rock shard, and on that action that consumes the rock shard, you actually have a much better chance at getting a fantastic forge there than it would be than compared to creating and trying to get a fantastic forge, because it's only a 1 in 9,700 chance that you get a fantastic forge if you get a rare action while creating the fantastic forge. But you'll have a 1 in 100 chance of getting a fantastic forge if you have a fantastic rock shard and improve with it. Okay, so there's that. People use that all the time because you get rare rock shards and rare iron lumps all the time, right? Just think, if you got 100 of those, if in your entire worm career you've gotten 100 rare rock shards, and you were using this strategy, you would have at least one, or like on average, you would have one of these rare forge or whatever you want. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. And I know somebody who has a fantastic forge because of this. Actually, it's Fabricant. Fabricant is the lucky... Or was it Madnath? It might have been Madnath. Was it Madnath who got the fantastic... It was a big deal, though, when it happened. And okay, what am I doing here? There was one other... No. Malakin. That's it. No, it was Mallory. What the heck? Malakin? Somewhere near the city of Tyrion. Malakin. Okay. So I need to go to that one, but that's not the one I want. I want Mallory. Mallory, yeah. Okay, so something happened here. Okay, so this is the diagonal road. I want to go north from here. And it should be on my right. There it is. Okay, good. Someone on NFI managed the 2% chance on a fantastic clay attached to a fantastic forge. Wait a minute. Someone managed the 2% chance on a fantastic clay attached. Oh, okay, yeah. We're getting to that one. That's the other one. That's awesome, though. Yeah, and it would be just less than 5%. Because a forge has 22 items, right? 11 clay and 11 bricks. So it would be 1 in 22, which is, and times 100. It's this many percentage. So 4.5% chance. Yeah. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Been told I'm being very loud, so I could probably speak at this volume and be fine. Yeah, so yeah, that's pretty impressive. So this, what Nin is talking about here is the final way. Let's just dig for treasure. So the final way that it actually could be more than, I might not be at the end, but this is one of the other ways of getting a rare. And the way is, this works only for items where it requires more than 2 items to finish. So like, for example, like a forge, where you have a clay and a brick, and you combine them and it creates an unfinished forge. Okay, so any item that is created in this way that makes an unfinished. So rope tools do this, carts and wagons do this. All of those items, like you starts with 2 items combined, and it creates an unfinished version, and then from there you're attaching or continuing to build the rest of the item by adding more items. Okay. I find nothing here. I know where that is now. Is it that did I already come here? No. Malilri. Oh, this is Malilri 186. I'm supposed to be looking for Malilri 530. Dang. And Haley ran. Welcome on in. Where's K14? Oh, look at this. I did not think to look at the grid. That was a bad mistake. There it is. I passed it. Came all the way over here. Okay. So one of these maps, hold on, I should have kept it open. There it is. I know where that one is. And I'll get back to what I was just saying a second ago. I know I'm getting distracted. But I just want to make a plan here. Let's make this smaller. And Jonathan Saltzman, welcome in. So my create action on a horseshoe is 9 seconds. Waiting 15 seconds in between actions is still the right way. Yeah. 9 seconds plus 15 will give you 24-ish seconds, and then you have 30-second window. So yeah, that's the way. Okay, so this last way, which is you're continuing to build an item. Okay, now this way is really nice because it does not rely on the rare window. The rare window has no effect. You either are going to get a rare or not by this process, and it's a completely different chance rather than the rare window. Okay, so you put 2 items together, it creates an unfinished item and requires multiple more items to be added to it in order to complete. Okay, in that situation, every rare component that you use to complete has a chance to convert the unfinished item to a rare one. The chance is calculated as that one item divided by, the total number of items it takes to create the item. Okay, so for example, let's do an example. Let's say for forge, okay, a stone forge requires, let me just get this nice, a stone brick, clay, plus 10 more stone bricks and 10 more clay, for a total of 22 items to complete it. And let's suppose I have a rare clay, and I start with the brick and the clay, like regular brick and regular clay, unfinished forge on the floor, and I start putting in the materials. I put in all the bricks, I put in all the clay but one, and I'm sitting there with my rare clay, and I go to try to continue it with my rare clay. That will give me a 1 in 22 chance, because there's 22 items here, of turning the forge rare. And it doesn't matter if the rare window is open or not. It's like right there, right then and there, you have a 1 in 22 chance. Okay, so what Nin was saying earlier was somebody on NFI managed the chance on a fantastic clay attach for Fantastic Forge, which means they had a fantastic clay and they tried to attach it to an unfinished forge, and it turned the forge fantastic. Now, if you didn't know about this beforehand, it now might make sense why people are paying so much money to collect all these little rare items, like rare nails. I'll pay 1 silver for rare nails and 1 silver for a rare plank. Give me all the rare planks that you have. Like, you can look up on the forums right now under the want to buy section, and you're going to find all these people wanting to buy all these rare items that are like planks and nails and shafts and bricks, because they're going to use them. Sprouts. Yeah, all of those little things. They're going to use them to try to do this thing. Where they'll pick an item that needs that component, and then they'll try to complete it with that rare item. I'm just eyeballing here some landmarks. Oh. Yeah, all in an attempt to make rare items. So they'll collect a ton of these things, like just an absolute ton, and that increases their chances of successfully getting a rare in the end. I'm gonna guess right here. Now you're trying to imagine Griff explaining all this in a stream chat. I know. Like by text, typing this all out. Yeah, I actually started typing it all out, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to. I won't be able to explain it all in just by typing it out. Interesting. Interesting. That one should be relatively easy to spot. Right there, eh? Something like that. Yeah. Okay. So that one's not on our path right now. I'm going to call that north because I'm trying to remember. How do you... I forget if there's a tunnel here or not. It's a weird spot for a tunnel to go. Trying to remember how I normally get up there. How do I normally get up in this area here? I know I go through some kind of tunnel. I just forget where it is. Yeah, it's got to be down here somewhere. It's actually around where that maze was that we passed. Where was that? Gosh. I don't even know. How do I get up there now? I think I can come up this way. Oh no, that's not right. There's a tunnel through Mistmere. Is Mistmere on the map? H17 has the road. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, that's the tunnel I always come out of. Okay, it's just not marked as one of these tunnels. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's the tunnel I come out. Okay. Yeah. And that one goes in. This is the tunnel I was looking for. Right here. Somewhere. There. That one. It goes in right there. Yeah. There's the okay, there's the maze. Okay, the maze is marked. This tunnel is not. So yeah, it was right around the maze. You hang a right and you follow this path up to here. It's that one. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so and that one goes through here somewhere. Out that top. Okay. That's how I get through there. Yeah, I've been through that ways a lot. I just couldn't remember. Okay, so where am I now? I am I'm back down here somewhere in this spot. I'm somewhere over here. Where's my next thing I want to do? So this one's going to go in the north. Let's put this in the north one. Is that really northwest? Yeah, that's northwest. Okay. I don't actually have a north bin. So I'm just going to rename it north and put it in the main. That's not what I meant to do. I'm just going to put it in this category. So it's like right there. Good. Okay. So on to, we are still in the central area. I'm just going to, that one shouldn't be too hard to find. However, it's really big area. It has pretty distinct splotches of sand. And possibly a tar pit or a peat. And water in the bottom right. With also a pretty distinct shape of land here. You see this land? Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. Kind of like this one. And there's a sand pit with more sand up there. So I'm going to guess right there. So we are currently up here. And so I just need to head straight south, past that road. Past the road we just came down. And you do really appreciate me going through the details. I've learned a lot from this. You're very welcome. This is my favorite thing to do. Is to talk about Worm and the worminess of Worm and all the things. And I like teaching people because I think it's valuable to spread the information. Nowadays, Worm has gotten a lot better about spreading information. But when I first started, boy, was this game a lot about the elites who held the information and the plebes who had no idea about the information. Like, there was a lot of this happening where people who knew how things worked just benefited immensely. And those who didn't know how it worked just had no idea. You know? And a lot of our streams we spent trying to explain all of the details of all of the things so that everybody has sort of like an equalish chance at making money and getting all the things. Yeah, knowledge is power in Worm for sure, yeah. All right, Dragon. You have a good night, and you're very welcome. Yeah, worm is the word. Yeah. We're trying to 180 that sort of thing now, of design now at least. A lot of the goals for this year is a ton more information to players at the right time. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. I mean, it has gotten a lot better in the sense that, like, the times I'm talking about were like the 2012 era, like when I first started, and 2013, and particularly one of the big things was traders at that time. Traders were the thing that, what's this, greater than, whoa, okay, hold on, yikes, that's a lot of big guys. Hold on. Greenish, hardened. Okay, let's take this greenish troll. I'm gonna take the back bear first. What is this greater than meditation, greater than sorcery? Seems like a riddle. Oh, I see. You're trying to, this is one of your goals, and that goal is higher priority than these two things? Oh, pointing at those two things. Oh, from way back in the day. I'm confused. So what I'm thinking particularly of back in the day when I was talking about the elites knowing it and they profit and the rest of the Wurmians don't know, one of the main things was traders. Another of the main things was uniques. Uniques were like, and by the way, at that time nobody understood the rare window system, so nobody had the advantage there. Okay, so 2 examples of intentional design where no information was given and people kept the info to themselves. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll be honest, I'm actually not 100% sure about sorcery 100%. I understand that you get the tomes. Okay, I didn't... Oh wait, I stunned him. He didn't... Oh, wait, did I get stunned there? I didn't get the stun animation. Buddha, maybe were you... I got stunned earlier and I did this animation where I went like floppy. Like my whole character went like head down, shoulders were slumped, and I was floppy until I stopped being stunned and then I came back up. You think that's been around forever? Okay, interesting. But that time I got stunned and I didn't see the animation. So I was like, I don't feel like I've ever seen that animation before, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't remember. Yeah, anything that really comes from the PvP side of the game. Oh, goodness. I'm getting slaughtered. Okay, phew. And he disappeared. Okay, let's take this one next. So yeah, the thing that I feel like people profited the most off of was the dragons. That was like the elites had the dragons. And back then, uniques were exactly that. They were unique. That's why they're called the uniques. Because a server would spawn and the uniques would spawn, but if you killed one of the uniques, it never respawned. Like it was 100% never respawned. Yeah, egg farming, exactly. Now they still do, except for it's a little bit more equal footing in that another unique will spawn and you now have the chance to try to find it. And sure, the elites are more practiced at finding them, so they are at an advantage, but that doesn't stop you from becoming practiced at finding the uniques. And they changed it so that it's literally random. Like you can't predict where the next unique, well, there are some things like you kind of know they often spawn in this area, but again, that comes with practice. So everybody can practice at finding uniques and can do that. The thing is, back then, uniques didn't respawn. There was a red dragon, there was a blue dragon, there were black drakelings and white drakelings and whatever. They didn't have all the colors at that point. I can't remember the list of the colors back then, but the list was less. And then there was the Troll King and the Goblin Leader and those ones too, right? Once one of them was killed, it never respawned. So if you killed all the uniques on the server, that was it, done. Never again will you see any unique. So when the new servers opened, so I'm talking about Deliverance and Exodus, those two opened at the same time, sometime in 2012. When the new servers opened, there was this amazing rush to find the uniques, right? Everybody wanted to find the uniques. And some people had the crazy plan that they're not going to kill the unique, they're going to trap it. Okay? And this was like all this work to try to figure out how to trap a unique was all like around this time. This is before uniques respawned, right? And at the time, the best strategy that was figured out, so the cave system wasn't figured out yet, was to create like a maze-like building. Now, I don't know how everybody did it, but I know how one person did it. He created a maze-like building, and the dragon would bash the walls, so he'd have to go in and repair the walls all the time, but it would have to be maze-like, so like if a wall bashed, it's still contained. The mountain on Southeast Indy back in those days had the red dragon trapped in a deed there for years. Oh, okay, so I didn't know that there was a trapped one, so they knew about the trapping before deliverance. So I guess that makes sense. If they knew that you can trap these uniques, and then the new servers opened, I could just only imagine what people were trying to do at that time. I'm sure there was a rush to try to find a unique and get it penned. Because these uniques, the dragons particularly, they would lay eggs. And this was the only way to get more uniques on the server, was that you would have to trap a unique and then have it lay an egg. And then the egg would hatch, spawning another dragon or unique or drake. And those people who had those dragons penned up, it was just like egg making factories, drake making factories, and it was the only way you can get drake in the game at the time. And each dragon wouldn't drop the small amount of drake or scale that, it wouldn't drop a small amount. It would drop like enough to make 40 sets or something like that. Like one drake would drop enough leather to make 40 drake sets. So an egg would hatch, a drake would spawn, you kill the drake, the end result is enough to make 40 drake sets. Now back then, drake sets were worth a lot less because the game was a lot less popular. I don't know exactly why it was less, but when I started playing the game, drake sets were selling for 35 silver. A whole drake set for 35 silver. Yeah. And I think scale sets were like 75 or at most 100 silver. And also back then you could buy with real life money, right? You remember like 1560 in scale for like 1 gold? So it might have been the guy that, see this, so I don't know if you remember Buddha, this guy was named Zalafir. And thanks Thalnor for that follow. Zalafir. Yeah. And he had his group of warriors, and they'd go and kill the drake, and then each of the warriors would get a drake set and he'd keep the rest because it was his dragon. And 2 times in a row the egg spawned twins. Now I'm not sure if this was GM, I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he was telling me, he's recounting the story to me, he's telling me he got an egg, the egg hatched, and 2 drakes came out of the egg. And so they killed the 2 drakes and got 80 sets. And he did this multiple times. So he had a ton of leather, like so much leather. And like enough leather that he was giving these away. Like he gave me a set. I didn't pay him anything. He gave me a set. He gave Brian a set. Like, here's another drake set. Here's another drake set. He heard about our labyrinth on our very, very first deed at the puzzles. It's like the old one, the very first labyrinth. And he heard about that and sought us out. He asked us if we want to hold an event there, and one of his drake sets would be a prize. He was very generous with his drake leather. He gave it away. And so maybe I'm remembering him setting the price, but he was setting it at a low, maybe he was undercutting. I don't know. But I remember him selling to people for 35 silver. Like people would come to him all the time. He ended up getting, he founded Puzzle Plaza, and he called it Puzzle Plaza because of our deed puzzles and the maze we made there. That he loved the maze so much, he wanted us to make a maze on Puzzle Plaza, which we did. And because of that maze that we made, that's why he gave us the Drake sets. And I remember while we were constructing that, there were so many times a person would come up, buy a Drake set, and go like, they just know they're coming to get a Drake set from him. And I remember he was pricing them at 35. It probably wasn't that long before the prices started rising for other reasons. Scarcity would be one, but oh my goodness, Taiki. Thank you so much. That's 5 gifted subs. That's amazing. So Reganation, Valiance. Hey, I don't know if Valiance is here. Make it, Sinsen, Bunloose. You guys all have Taiki to thank for that sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, and you think you got a set for free from one of those? From one of those? So from Zalafir himself, like from one of those twin Drake fights? Where am I? Am I still at that? Yeah, I'm still here. And did I get it? No, I'm like completely lost. Was it this one that I got? That was here on this little patch. Let me just, oh yeah, right. I killed all the things. That's what it is. Okay, I'm here. And I still need to dig for the treasure. Whew. Thanks so much, Taiki. I got all wrapped up in the story, and then the subs came in. I got completely sidetracked on what I was doing. So yeah, prices started going up on those, especially around the time where they announced that uniques would no longer be unique anymore. And the new system was outlined, and I might be remembering this wrong. Yeah, I might be remembering this wrong. I just remember that prices started going up for some reason. And around when they hit about 70 silver, I remember thinking, I gotta buy one because I'm hearing rumors that they're going up even more. I'm trying to remember what was causing the prices to go up though. But I can't remember. I feel like they might have been... Part of it is that they were the prices were artificially being raised by the people who were controlling it by creating scarcity. Even though they were hoarding a ton of this leather, they weren't letting any of it out. And then because of that, prices started going up. But then there was rumors that the system's going to get changed and uniques are going to respawn now, and the amount of leather that you get from each unique is going to drop drastically. This was an effort to spread the wealth, right? Like this new system of unique spawning was an effort to spread the wealth. G8, that sounds like familiar. Isn't that around where I live? Oh no, it's like north. Yeah, G8. And the map is Renkels. Around G8. There it is. Okay. So that's northwest. That one looks hard. That's the Mallory one. Okay, so there's these. That one also looks hard. Malakin, I know where that one is. Okay, all these are like buried around the remains of some city. And they're all in the middle of this. So let's just go back there. Let's see where we are. We are on this. So I gotta go north and then hit that road and go west. And we kind of want to be in this area here, so it actually doesn't matter. So let's aim for the center-ish. God, I can't pinpoint any. Okay, this one here is right here, or something like that. This one here has a rock face on the left sloping down towards the right, which is maybe this rock face here. And this contour line kind of looks like this contour line. So it could be like right here. So those two are really close. So I'll put those together. Oh no. Gosh, it's these two together. So I'm going to put that on top of that. This one. This one I have no clue about. This spot here could be this. Could be. With a road on this side. Not really, I don't know. Could also be here. That looks more like it. Okay, so I got two over here, one over there. Let's look at this one. Venerable white wood scrap. Okay, grass, road, sand. Road. Kind of a pattern that should be easily spotted, but it'd be this grass, this road. The deed might be here. It might be here. Well, we're going there anyway, so this is a possibility right here. Yeah, so we'll try those three are in the same spot, and then the other ones are the Mallory, which is here, and Malikan. Okay, perfect. So like a ton of them over here. So let's go. Where am I now? I'm over here somewhere. So I'm gonna go north to this road. I'm gonna go west. Actually, if I keep going north, I'll hit this thing. So let's do that first. Let's just close this. Okay. All right. North. Yeah, lots of stories. Like back then when we were making Puzzle Plaza, that was our like that would be, I would say, like the start of our real big projects. Like the stuff that got us into making big projects was making Puzzle Plaza. Because then the next thing that we did right after that was we started making Autumn Twilight. And Retro Feyran. Welcome on in. People were asking about you earlier. Next, you regale us with a story of the fall of Autumn. Boy, that's a sad story. I did regale viewers with that story last stream. I don't understand. Where am I? I'm on this side of the... I'm coming up this way. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. This squared off grassed area. Is that the one where I forgot to add upkeep? Uh-huh. That was that one. Yeah. Yeah. That was definitely a sad day. I remember we were freaking out about it. And we were like frantically trying to think, like, do we go back and redeed the whole place? Or the problem is that there were buildings on the deed that we didn't own, if I remember correctly. Or it could have been that we owned them all, but they were spread amongst all of our characters. But I kind of remember there was one building that was owned by Kiwi. NZ Kiwi, which I was assuming stood for New Zealand Kiwi, who was a member of our deed. And made a house that I don't think we ever got the permissions for. I might be remembering incorrectly. 4 a.m. here in England, gonna have to get some sleep. All right, Jack. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And yeah, I'll see you next time. I don't know, Brian, if you remember better than I remember, but I kind of remember going through this process of thinking, like, I feel like it would be impossible even in order to replant this deed. On top of that, it would cost us 50 plus silver to replant the deed. And then we would have to pour a whole bunch more money into upkeep, and we're not even playing there anymore. That looks like one for on the way home. I'll just put this in the northwest one, though. But it's actually really close to where we are. Yep, good night, Jack. See you next time. Yeah, Autumn Twilight was a sad loss, that's for sure. I almost wish that we had done a video recording similar to the one we did for the labyrinth. Okay, that's this one. So I'm trying to get to over here. So I'm wondering if I should just go north and across the desert and back down. Or if I come back down and across, can I get through here? Let's just go north. The buildings are already falling. Sure, the buildings would already be sort of decaying, but when it fell, I think that there would have only been 30 days of decay at that point. In any case, it would have been a nightmare trying to get that back, plus a whole bunch of silver that we didn't want to spend on a deed that we weren't playing on. I think that was the main issue. I feel like you weren't even playing at that time. And I was playing on Chaos? I do feel like I found out that it fell right when it fell because somebody sent me a PM with the message from the event window when it happened. Somebody left their treasure chest here. Somebody left the leather. I'm going to leave the leather too because it's only 50 quality. Yeah, in any case, we didn't end up going back for it. And it was sad. Fox Hill. So that's probably Lonely Fox. Yeah. We have old screenshots of what that place looked like. You've only seen the ruins. I don't know where I'll find screenshots of it. Possibly Brian has a bunch of them. Let me just check here for a second. Because Wurmin had taken a ton of screenshots way back then. And then sent us more recently all the screenshots that they had. The problem is, it's like, it's screenshots of not the completed. Okay, so here's what I got. I wonder if there's a good way to just scroll through these on here. If I press to the side, no. I make this bigger, does that make the screenshot bigger? No. Great. I could open it in a browser, but then I'd have to open every single one in a browser. That's a picture of the hill that we were surface mining down. And it goes on for a little bit more this way. So this is early. This is before Autumn Twilight. Like, the deed was planted, but there was nothing on it except for maybe a tiny building and some horse pens. More accurately, they're cow pens. As long as I target it. So we were surface mining this hill down because that's where the castle ends up. The castle ends up in this area. Let's see. Okay, so this is a screenshot looking towards the water on that arched bridge that goes down to the front. It arches on both sides. So this is that circular bridge that we liked to build. There's the cow pens. Those are the original cow pens and the original building that came with the deed. When we bought the deed, it was... See, we bought this deed because it had a trader on it. We bought it only for the trader at the beginning, and we were using the milking trader strategy to get the money from it. But then we decided at some point, like, we kind of want to start our own. We were living at Puzzle Plaza for like a while. And we were like, we kind of want our own. And at the same time, we were thinking about making worm content. So we came down to this area and started building it up. Now that building over there in the back ended up being our boathouse. It was a tall building so that we could have unfinished boats in there while they're being constructed. Okay, so this is actually a different shot. The arched bridge is down in that area over there. This is all being constructed. It's crazy. This is like, there's nothing here. But by the end of it, it's like this place is all built up. This lot here, I don't know if Fuzzy Rubric. No, Fuzzy Rubric was on that lot right there. I don't know if you're still in here, Fuzzy Rubric. But this might bring back some memories. That spot right there with that building, that's Fuzzy Rubric's spot. And this one over here is Pekka. or Chef Pee Wee. He's now known as. Yeah, so we had decided that we were going to make it a sort of a community village where we invite people to come, join the deed, and we give them a little plot, and they get to build whatever they want on the plot. And so this one here was Chef Pekka. I don't know. Was Pekka a Finn? Brian, do you know? He was definitely European, but I can't remember. He later made a character. I think it was his original character. I found out later that Pekka was a veteran when he joined our deed. So I was chatting with him relatively recently. And he was telling me that he was a veteran when he joined our deed. He had been playing since 2007 or something like that. Which explains a lot, because that man was a brick making and mortar making machine. Like just a machine. He would pump out 5,000 bricks, 5,000 mortar, and it was like the next week he'd have another 5,000 bricks and 5,000 mortar. It was like, what? Yeah, he was just pumping out the bricks, and that's where a lot of the bricks for the castle and walls went. So this is looking the other way on that arched bridge. So this arch bridge here, looking down that way, if we just turn to the left, looking down the other side of the arch bridge, you get to see this side. Again, nothing is here. This is like the very beginning. And this was one of the first buildings we built. It was the inn. So we built this little inn. Oh, Brian built this inn. This is okay. So this is later. So this little plot here, that was Pekka's spot. That was this empty lot right here turned into this, and that's Chonklord's spot, which is Fuzzy Rubric is Chonklord. Okay. If you turned around from this spot, you would be looking right at the castle. So let's see if we get any of that. Okay, so this is what it looks like when you turn around. There's the castle before it was made. Here's more. That's the same Pekka spot. Okay, here's okay. This is a nice one. So surface mining is done. And what you're seeing here is the first floor of the castle. So there's this center building, which is the largest size that we could build with 99 whatever carpentry. You can even see the marble floors are started. And this building over here, this one, was my workshop. I had my forge and my workshop, and this little room over here was my priest room with the dye making. And yeah, so this was my spot right over here. And you can see each one of these buildings is as large as it possibly could be made. They're all snaking around each other and weaving inside each other. So when you're standing in the front, you actually don't really see much of those hallways in between. It just looks like one big massive building. In the distance there, that wall there was the edge of our deed, and later what we did was we built this up into be a tall wall all the way around. You can even see it continues all the way down the side out into the water, and it goes out into the water and sort of like comes in. So there's a little path you can bring your boat into this little bay area that's inside of our castle walls. Yeah, that's a good shot. That's from up on top of the hill. We built this hedge so people didn't fall into the area that we surface mined down. Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Okay, more progress. So you can see the Colossus are up now down there. And this is another set of castle walls that are being built over here. On the right side, you see this is a community farm that we had for people to do farming. I can't remember if it was Chonklord or Pekka who was manning the farms. Okay, so that previous shot of the castle was from above on that hill on the other side of that hedge. So now we're looking at it from the other way. Again, really early on in the construction, only the first floor outer walls are completed at that point. That looks like the exact same shot as we saw before. And same with that one. What am I doing? Looking at same shots? Okay, that's looking into Pekka's house. There you can see the farm better. And over there, that's Nightshade's spot. So Nightshade was another longtime member of our deed. She eventually left Wurm because she moved on to a real farm. And she just stopped playing computer altogether to play Wurm in real life. Okay, so things are building up here now. Same shot of the inn, except for this is Kiwi's house. NZ Kiwi. Okay, so Pekka is a Finnish male name. Okay. You can see why you guys were so attached to this place, especially knowing how little we had to work with in Wurm back then. Yeah. See, multi-story had just come out. And then we decided to start building this. So you can see like these walls. This is like a 1x20 building. So it's really long and really just one tile wide. But you see how like multi-story has this brown wooden strip on each wall? You couldn't get rid of that. So you can see this house has that brown wooden strip. At that time, you couldn't get rid of that. Every story. So the original castle, the Autumn Twilight Castle, has that brown wooden strip on each layer. Yeah, I know. We complained about it so much. We were like, if we could just get rid of it, it would be better. And so they did. That was really nice. We also didn't have the different wall types, so it was either stone or wood, and that was it. Those are the only wood types. And the roof types were wood. Actually, it was just wood. Wooden roofs, period. There's only one roof type. Okay, so you can see... Oh, no, there was pottery. Right, it was slate, wood, pottery. Am I missing one? So what people would do is they would dye the wood, right? You can see Nightshade dyed purple, the wooden wall over there. And Chunklord dyed this red. That's how you would get different colors. But it was either that wood or the stone, and that was it. So, okay, so roofs, it looks like wood, pottery, and slate were there, because that's a slate roof right there. I just can't remember if thatch was there as well. I can't remember. Okay, so this is down on the port. So we're actually on the ground over here, just on the right side though, and looking back at the deed. So there's Nightshade's house up there, and this is the guard tower. It came with the deed, and we were building these two houses. I can't remember if we built another one next to it, but these two houses were designed to be like temporary newbie houses. So if somebody joins the deed but isn't like sure whether they want to stay on the deed, they can join the deed and stay in one of these houses. So we had lots of people rotating through those houses. Here it's the... Look at those guard towers. The guards. The model for the guards are still the old ones. So this was the archway. The arched bridge that leads you up to the village area, and then there's another bridge ramp that leads you up to the castle. And we put planks on here because it made it look like it looked rounded, you know, like a rounded boat hull or something like that. Yeah, all those old school NPCs, you think it's just right, yeah. I honestly don't even remember that the guards looked like this. I don't have the memory of that. So obviously they did, and then they got switched probably really shortly after. Yeah. So this wall eventually got built up tall and long. Like it was just like This was the village's walls. We left the opening open so people can walk in freely, but it was just like we surrounded the whole deed in these walls. Okay, same with these walls. These walls got built up really high, and it was all the way out to in the water and all the way across in these two colossi. So like the buildings were as tall as the colossi at the end. And then all in the inside here, along the inside, we put buildings. We raised the land. We put buildings like little merchants and all sorts of different things. And this, you can see how this was like a little bit lower. This is at that right depth that you can drive a cart across and sail a nar in. And then the front one is dug deeper so all the big boats can come in the front. Yeah. Your roomie won't let you build the faux colossus because faux is kind of butt ugly. Yeah, it is true. Faux is kind of... But still, it's not... Okay, this looks like a bunch of progress was made between the previous and this one, because now this was the... So here's Pekka's house, and on the left is that community farm, and you'd have this little bridge up into the castle region. And you can see some of the castles already being built, but not all of it. You can see some frames over there. Okay, so this is the starting of the construction of the castle. It is these multiple roofs. So it wasn't just one big roof. It was like lots of little roofs. So it looked like roof on top of roof on top of roof for this entire massive thing in the end. And it was the same on the other side, just roofs. And this building here is part of the walls. So the walls come around and attach to this building, and it's just a small, this is actually a relatively small building, probably 3x2 or something like that, or 5x2, that just is entering into the castle. What do you call it? In front of the castle, where there's like a front area. You walk out of the castle into this little grounds that's walled off. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so this is looking at the other direction. So now we're standing up on top of this hill right here, looking towards us, and what we see is this, the community farm. This is another building that goes down, and you can now see these walls are built up. Okay, so lots of progress is made since the last picture. This is the top, so this is how tall this building, and it's not just flat, it's like these little peaks up and down. And along the regions in the middle were parapets. So it's parapets followed by a little tower, parapets, tower, like that. Those walls stayed like this for so long, until Brian decided he's gonna start working on them, and he did only the front outside walls, all the ones on the outside. He finished all those, and it stayed like that for like ever until eventually he finished the inside ones. But yeah. Okay, here is a good one. Okay, so we're in that little foyer, the front area of the castle. So this picture is taken right after you walk through this little archway. You come out of that archway, and this is what you see when we're at this point in the construction. Starting to look like a very handsome dude at this point, yeah. And what we can see here is only 3 of the 7 buildings. We see the middle building that's being built up. Actually, yeah. I can't actually tell if that building there in the back is the one that's behind the middle building, but I think that's the middle building. And then we see the left one and the right one. There's another building behind the left one, and then there's another building in the back left, way back there, and symmetric on the other side. And then, so let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. So there's 1 middle building, 3 on each side for 7 buildings in total. I'm afraid we're probably not going to get one where the castle's completely built. Yeah, so now everything's looking like filled in on the dock area. Boy, so much more progress was made after this. Okay, so here's the church. The church is now up in front of the inn. And this building here is also a building that we built to be a kind of a loading area. So the boats would come in, it was all open. The ground floor was like all arches, and you can pull up your boat and you can unload and load from there into that building. And the reason why we use the building is because we can set permissions. So we can, like, if somebody's delivering something, we can set a permission for them to have access to that house, and they can unload into that house. That parapet fence makes me exhausted just looking at it. I can't imagine how much work it was. Yeah, I know. that wall, like, it's not even a fence. It's like it's a building that just goes all along the entire perimeter of our deed. And it was a lot of work. A lot of bricks. Okay, so that was that one. Okay, so that's the loading and offloading building. You can see the old boat models. Yeah, so that's that. Oops, that's the same one. Okay, now we're looking back at that bridge, or the ramp up. This oak tree we planted right when we started the construction of this. This was the first time we ever did that oak tree thing, where this is our deed, oak tree goes, and we'll make a little centerpiece for the oak tree. Of course, at that time, there was no plant in the center, so look where it ended up planting. In the corner of the tile, of course. So this is looking down the pathway with Chonklord's deed on this side, Pekka's deed on this side, and looking out the side of the wall back there. That's the wall that goes all along the edge. Yeah. Okay. It's hard to see much difference here, but there's these fence walls are now nicer. The green paint color is a pretty nice one. Yeah. And again, the reason why we were painting the walls is because there's no other way to make the walls any different other than the wood, besides painting them. Okay. Now, what's crazy is that this building looked like this for so long, but it's because the interior was being made. So, like, the exterior looked unfinished for so long with these, like, unfinished frames all over the place. And you can even tell this is the old building system where the... Hold on. I'll see if I can zoom in. You can tell this is the old way it was. They fixed this later. You see... Right. You can tell it's the old because you see how none of this is finished. Yet the next floor is built. And none of this finished. And then the next floor. And then the next floor. So originally, when multi-story came out, you can actually frame up the entire thing. The whole house could be just frames. No bricks needed to go in. And then in the middle of the construction of this, they changed that. Because people were making really crazy designs with that. Like just putting the frames all over the place. I can't remember exactly how people were breaking it, but yeah, it's... Okay, this is looking the other way. If this one is looking towards the left as you come into the castle area, this one is looking towards the right. I can tell that because this is where the epic portal that we put was. And later we put the Menhir of Pain here, I think. Somewhere over here. Which was one of those mission items. Okay, that's the same one. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. This one's pretty dark. But this is somebody sailing towards the deed from the outside. where you can see the colossi and the unfinished walls. Yeah, coming through into the deed. You can see the pillar now. The pillar is made. Boy, that pillar was interesting. Okay, more of the building is made. You can even see more roofs now. The castle in the back there. Let's see if we get a more recent castle picture here. Those walls stayed like that forever. Honestly, those walls were like that forever. Okay, so this is a nice, interesting shot. It looks like Amethyst went up into the walls to get a picture of the castle from back here. It's hard to tell because it's really small. Let's see if we can zoom in on the castle there. It's also very pixelated when you zoom in like this. But that's the castle. Yeah, it is a good angle. You can see all of the whole... Let's zoom out just a little bit. You can see the whole... This is the dock area. You go up and this is the villager area. And you go up a little bit more and there's the castle all the way out there. And at the time, this is as tall as you can build it. This peak right here, this is the tallest. I think that's the 10th story, the 10th floor. This place is much larger than you knew. Yeah, can you imagine how it felt when we knew this whole thing would just decay away? Right, and even this picture is still early in the development of it. All of these walls were finished, and there was a lot. Well, actually, this area got put in by this picture, so this is later in the development, but definitely all these walls got finished by some point, and the whole castle got finished. It looks like the castle is mostly done from the outside, but there was also a period of time where Brian wanted the castle to look like it was finished, so he did all the walls on the front. But if you went into the back, everything is still like unfinished. What is that? That's not... So some of these pictures are not from Autumn Twilight. Okay, that might actually be it. Now there are videos, right? Like if you go back to some of our old Worm videos from the second season on, you'll probably get some more. Yeah, I don't think there'll be any more. Yeah, we're already getting to... This is the labyrinth. And that's Deathwind sending that picture, telling us that he's about to go through the labyrinth. Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, no problem. Boy. You see how like we put these little buildings on the inside of this? So we raised the land, put these little buildings. We did that all around the inside. So it was like buildings all around. And then we built this like this pathway that led into here. And those buildings had all our merchants. But boy, yeah, that we also owned the deed next door. I don't know if you remember, there was a Wurmian named Brash Endeavors. And Brash lived right next to us. But I always felt like she secretly hated that we lived next to her. Because she was the type of player who liked to be on her own, isolated in pristine, like forested land. She always had a natural land. And then us two come along and flatten everything and surface mine and build this monstrosity next to her. I always felt like she kind of resented that a little bit. Yeah. She took a break, and then when she came back, she moved to a different location. And we asked her, like, is it like if because her deed was falling, so she moved and her deed was falling, and we asked her if she minded if when it fell if we deeded over it, and she said it would be okay. So we took that land, made another deed next to it, and I used it as my priest deed. And we built it a little bit. It wasn't like this, but it was built up a little bit and connected in a way with a path to this area here. Yeah. We also had a tunnel that went from somewhere in here all the way through this hill to the other side of the hill, and you can kind of see there's step back there. So it was all the way to the step. There was a tunnel, and we made a time-lapse video of I feel like we time-lapsed the construction of it. Yeah, the construction of that tunnel. And that's also on our YouTube channel. Okay. Now to remember where I am. I was coming over here. Yeah, there it is. I was looking for this thing. It looks like somebody's actually building on it. Interesting. How do I get down there, though? Probably all the way around. This area was flattened like at the beginning of the server. Like really, somebody early on flattened it, and it has been abandoned for so long. I would come here specifically for archaeology. I would just, because it's such a big flat area, it makes it really easy to do archaeology on, and it's clear that it was a deed at some point. It looks like somebody's building. So let's see. Do we enter a deed here? Yeah. It's a new deed. I guess I can't do archaeology here anymore. What I'm trying to do is get down off the edge of this, and that's where all of the map locations are. I just don't know what the best way down is. Okay, this looks okay. Okay, so this is the corner. Now I think we need to consult the map. So I'm right on the corner of this little... Let's bring this back like this. Okay, we're on the corner. Probably right here is where we are. Somewhere there. And one of the maps is right here. So maybe where the scorpion is. Oh. What is this? Venerable Champion Scorpion. Okay. Yeesh. I should be okay here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I hit him and it took off a big chunk. Looks like I need to eat and drink too. Wait, one more hit. There we go. We'll eat. Why didn't that eat? I need to calm myself from being attacked before you can bring yourself to eat anything. Interesting. Okay, we'll try right here. I think this is where it'll be. Yep. Look at that. I didn't even open the map. Look at the name. Bloodrina 402. One map scare from K10. K10 feels like... This is K10 right here. I knew Blood Arena was on our server. I didn't know that she was right next door to us, because we're right over here. So Blood Arena built a guard tower on this little island. I did not know that. Okay, interesting. So that's in the west. I'm just going to put it in the northwest one. Let's look where these ones are. Yeah, and I think I was guessing this one was right here, or here, or here. Or here. Something just doesn't quite... But I think it is. I think it is. Like, look at this. You can tell because of this green bit here. Is this green bit here. And there was a deed here, so... That doesn't look like too bad of a spot. So we are right here, so we just have to go north to that one. And what's this one? I think this one's even closer. I think this one's right here. And I'm standing right here, so... Let's see. There's the road. So I'm just gonna try it. And it might be more south from here, like over there. We'll see. Nope. Here it is. Boy. That makes it pretty easy. So that's in the east. Just put that one in the east one. Okay, and now this one, which I kind of also know where it is. Like I know we spend a lot of time in this desert here, hunting away. Yeah, I kind of regret missing Halloween. Halloween is such a good event for coming to this place here and mucking about with the mobs. See that little, like, there's a little divot up there. I made that little spot up there. No doubt it's caved in, but it was a mine entrance. Let me just peek on it. Because there was a time where I was searching for high quality copper. And I couldn't find any high quality copper except for right here, this spot right here. So I dug it out, made a mine entrance somewhere. Probably that tile right there. And it's probably caved in now. Yeah. Let's see if the... Yep, copper's still there. Copper, very good. Well, that was lucky. I've been trying to catch a rabbit in forest for hours and then gave up and went to chop down trees, and a tree hit a rabbit and killed it. Hilarious. It was not suspecting. It was not expecting a tree to fall on it. Yeah, you're thrilled? Are the rabbit cage traps working or not? The traps seem to be very luck of the draw, right? You have to have like an actual rabbit has to come by. What grass am I on here? Oh, I'm down here. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Okay. Yeah, an actual rabbit has to come by. Now, are they attracted to the traps? Like, maybe there's like food in there and they attract, like when they come by, they try to get into the trap? Or is it just literally they're running around and randomly have to enter the trap? Because if that's the case, I don't know. That seems a little bit luck of the draw, as you said. But I think it would make sense if the traps had like something to lure the, like a, you know, put a carrot in there or something, and it lures the. You're not actually sure, yeah. It's hard to know. How are you finding the inventory now that you figured out, like, you could use a sled to carry more stuff, or I'm sure there's other means to carry more stuff, and you have that zip line that transports the logs. That's pretty cool. Because, like, you were expressing that the fact that you can only hold 2 logs is, like, really annoying. Are all the other things that allow you to... Do they make it reasonably better, I guess? So there's the Kilos Tower I'm looking at. I'm trying to go to somewhere like over here. Yeah, the other things are helping immensely. Yes, okay. So that's good. Just try right here. Yeah, that's good. There's something definitely appealing about that game, The Forest, but there's something also missing, I feel like. Might not be far enough. Like, one thing that I feel is missing is progression of your character, like character progression. Becoming stronger, being able to make better things, better. Maybe you can learn to make better things. Oh, I finished the treasure map. Nice. And look what I found in here. Okay, you do gain strength, but yeah, from crafting side for sure, yeah. Okay, so there is like attributes gains. Yeah. And dioptra fragments. A pelt that I'm going to drop. A bunch of thick rope. Some electrum, some silver. Okay. But yeah. A rare bone fragment. Sweet. Okay, let's put this stuff into here. Oops. And the sleep powder, of course, will not go in there, so I'll just put the sleep powder in with the rest of my sleep powder. Okay, while we're fighting this guy. Okay. Okay, so it's the 2 guard towers that I know where they are. And that finishes the central maps. Actually, I want to... So one of them's over here. Oh, I should have just grabbed that one while I was down there. Okay, so that's the one I'll go to because it's down over there. It's that one, right? We can see it in the distance there. How do I get down here? Oh, did I get up? Is it down this way? Yeah. Probably I could have gone down over here as well. Somewhere over here. The sequel to The Forest, the graphics look pretty. Now it's hard to know whether or not the trailer is like, is it gonna actually look like that when it's on my computer and I'm playing? That's the part I'm worried about. Whenever you see graphics that pretty. Because I remember when The Forest came out, and at that time people were touting the graphics as being so realistic. And it does have nice graphics, don't get me wrong. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to know whether or not they made that trailer on the very best of the best computers, rendered with the highest everything. And maybe they don't even include those settings in the one that they launch because nobody has a computer that will run it at that settings. Like, it's possible. But at the same time, Unreal Engine 5 has changed the game in terms of what can run good graphics. So is the Sons of the Forest made in Unreal Engine 5? Let's see. What? Unity? That's extremely interesting. Is the original one also Unity? Yeah. The box you're looking for is close to some city called a triple fake out. Within 1 map square. Or the guard tower is Ryuin 020. There it is. So it's in the east. Put that in the east one. Okay. And Mallory's the last one. Now, don't get me wrong, Unity's a fine engine. I mean, 7 Days to Die is made in Unity. They are building Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen in Unity. But I feel as though Unreal Engine 5 made such a big leap in bounds, in like this huge leap in graphics quality, that when I saw that trailer, I was like, that's gotta be Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, there's a ton of great games made in Unity, 100%. I've just never seen a Unity game with that level of graphics. All Unity games you've ever played had performance issues. Right. Like 7 Days to Die, performance issues are there. I'm sure that with work and effort, you can get the performance issues out of there for the most part. And Azul's Light. I got the Intel A750. I'm very interested in how it does. What is that? Is that a processor? Intel A750. It's a graphics card. Yeah, it's a graphics card. Okay. And Legends of Aria was so bad, right? Intel's making graphics cards now? Yeah, interesting. It's comparable to this 3060, but 50 less. Okay. 50 what? 150 what, though? 150... On a side note, CNN says Americans have shot down an unknown object over Alaska. Yeah, I saw that. Although they're not saying exactly what it was, or... They've got a recovery trip underway. Okay. Yeah, they shot it down. They said it was like the size of a car and that it was unmanned. But otherwise, I didn't see anything else about it. Oh, $150 USD less. Got it. Okay. So this is Shaggy Hat, which is this one here. And I want to get to Mallory, which is up here. I'm kind of heading in the right direction. There's not really any roads that's going to lead me there, I don't think. Yeah, like, what's this with all this, like, unidentified things flying through the airspace of North America now? Like, with the Chinese balloon and this unidentified thing, they're not even saying what it is. What was that? Oh, I guess that was my hell horse. Closure's coming. They're softening us up for the news. Yeah. It's got to be somewhere. Coming up here. Oh. There it is. Okay, now how do I get there? Oh, here's a road. Can I get down here? Yes. Nice. Okay, and that's like, I think, all of the central maps that I had. I had 8 of them. I mean, we didn't complete all 8, but we moved each of them to the next stage, and none of them ended up back in the central area. Or there might have been one, and I did it. Let's see about this one. Possibly in the center. Nope. It's in the east. In that step that's over there. It does look like the east is the next place I'm going. Not tonight, though. What we can do tonight is on our way back, grab these ones. Rankles. Near G8. So this is this one that's up here, Rankles. How do I get there? It looks like there's a tunnel here. There's the tunnel. Okay, so I go in that little tunnel there and I come out the other end. And Rankles is somewhere over there. I've been over here before. Because of treasure maps. Okay, so there's that one, that one. Oh yeah, the Blood Arena one. I need to take a boat for that one. Okay, I haven't figured out where this one is yet, so let's do that. Okay, so it's somewhere in this vicinity. Something you find yourself missing from the forest is wild bears and wolves and predators attacking. Yeah, that's true. It's true, there's not any animals attacking. Interesting. Do you know if the new one is going to have any of that? You've yet to see a single one. And you have no idea about the new one. The new. Let me see the hint one more time. Here? Maybe here? So you see the road zigzagging like this zigzagging road? And a little water? And more water? Yeah, this has got to be it. And I'm right here. So I need to go north to this road and then west into this area. Okay. Yeah. I like treasure maps. They're a lot of fun. Like in the sense that they're kind of like puzzles, right? Like you're trying to piece together where it is and yet they're not so hard that it's impossible to find them. Some of them are annoying in the sense that they push you to really try to figure it out. But I know, such an addition, a wonderful addition to the game. Absolutely. Just great. Great fun. Okay, this is not a highway. Okay, we'll keep going this way. This is Big T. Okay, there's Big T, so I'm just gonna head a left when I get to the crossroads there. And already, like, I had this massive amount of maps, and already the first one gave me a bone fragment. That's like super, super good. I wonder how much the each of the fragments are worth. Because it requires 12 of them to create a bone. And those bones are worth what? 30, 40, I don't know. Any ideas on how much a rare bone is worth? 40. 40 divided by 12 is like... somewhere between 3 and 4. I actually don't want to go that way. I want to keep going this way. Let's see here. I guess I'm going to have to go back around, like... maybe I can sneak through here, actually. What a nice little spot. Tundra, though, but aside from the tundra... So I'm on the north side. I want to go left and around if I can. Not really. Boy. Okay, I think I can do it. Yeah. Okay, now I'm on the west side. And I want to get to the south side. Oh, we'll see if there's a radius, a big enough radius that it's here. Could be here. A single supreme fragment is nearly worth a supreme bone, though. Why? Interesting, by the way. Just realized that you're still in fall mode. I started up Wurm shortly after you started your stream, and I'm in wintertime already. Yeah. I heard somebody came in right at the beginning of the stream and said, it's winter. Did I get it? Yeah, got it. Whoops. Yeah, so I'm going to need to relog, but I figured I'll just relog later. Because one frag will change it to Supreme. Oh. Oh, I see. Interesting. So you just need 11 rares and 1 supreme, and poof. Supreme. And I guess the extra value on the frag is specifically because of that. People who have a supreme fragment are desperate to get the rest of their fragments. Yeah, probably much better to do treasure hunting when you can see the biomes. Yeah, that's also true. Definitely helps. Okay, I got that one. And then this one here is G18. Volrath 42. Yep, it's right there. Okay. That one I'm going to call North. I don't have a North, right? I need to make a North. So, since my Central is empty now, I'm going to rename that North. And both of these are North. Okay, that one goes away. And Wrinkles... Where were you, Wrinkles? Wrinkles was all the way over here. And let's just double check. Doesn't quite look like this area. Although it is kind of does look like this area. Like there? Or there, somewhere over here? It's like it looks like it, but it doesn't, but it probably is. One of those things. Where am I now? I need to go all the way to Wrinkles. And I'm over here on this side. Don't suppose there's a bridge that brings me across here. Probably not. So what's my best course of action here? Go all the way north. Come across this road here. Probably dip into this tunnel. Go over to Wrinkles. Come back. Go down to this one. That's the Wrinkles one. There's one more. The Blood Arena one, right? Which I'm probably not going to grab tonight because I'll need to get on my boat for that one. Okay, those two, and we'll head back home. Huh. Somebody needs to get on building a bridge across here. It would make my life easier right about now. Let me just see what my options are here. Yeah, I think it's best to just come across this road here. Or not this road, but this road over here. Yeah, I was also thinking I need snowballs, but snow probably hasn't fallen enough for me to collect them yet. Okay, so I'm coming across this one. I kind of want to go north until I hit this road up here. So, well, hold on. I'm going to take this way north. This road does not have finished cat's eyes on it, so... So here's where I'm going to go off-road. Okay. I think I'm going to go east here. Huh. The map makes this look like a 2-lane highway. Or 2-lane road. Maybe it's that road over there that's the 2-lane road. I think I need to move over a little bit before going north a little bit. This is Jacquelina. I recognize that name. Hey, you need snowballs as well? Yeah, we'll just have to wait a couple days. Probably Sunday should be good to go. I don't know. I'm looking for that road that will have this Mike Edwards? I don't know. That one, anyway. I want that road. Like, could it be this one? Not really. There it is. Okay, so now I'm going north along this road. Good. Okay, and then this way. So that brings me, I'm coming across this thing, and I'm hoping there's bridges here. Right, this is, I remember these bridges. These are interestingly placed bridges. And Toxiclicus. I hear 2012 retro RPG music. Really? Doesn't sound like retro RPG music. Sounds like a guitar and bass and some drums. But 2012, is that considered retro nowadays? Okay, I want to take this all the way to the end, go right, then left. Okay. Here's the end, and I'm gonna go right, then left. It sounds like classic lounge music that you'd hear in the lobby of a hotel. Exactly. Also, 2012 isn't quite retro yet. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm hearing. Lounge music. Yeah, I know. Retro. Boy, to me, retro means 80s. If I hear that word retro, I'm thinking 80s. And retro RPG music. Hold on, let me see if I can. So this is what I'm imagining when I put those words together. Retro RPG music. I'm thinking of this. Right? This is retro RPG music. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. These youngins, for them, retro is 2000. Yeah, I think retro is 20 years, vintage is 20. Okay, so is that true? Like, is that the meaning of those words? Because that would make sense, because I would use that word often in the, late 90s, retro to mean, back in the retro times. Now I remember, didn't you guys used to play old game music at the start of your videos back in the day? 100%. Yeah. We would pick all the Nintendo games that we loved back then and use that music. My favorite of it all was oh, this is whoa. Oh. Hey, wow. Let me just see if I can find the one that's the best. Uh-huh. This was like our intro music for quite a while. Yeah. Such great music. Was just surprised anybody plays Worms. Just discovered it, searching for a new sandbox RPG. Oh, very cool. Ah, so you are brand new to this game. Very nice. So yeah, so searching for a new sandbox RPG. Well, I'll tell you what. You found the sandbox RPG. Like, you found it. The one. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We have quite a few veterans in the chat here. Why am I not targeting this thing? We have quite a few veterans in the chat here. Yeah, the best sandbox game. Yeah, totally. Welcome to Worm. Absolutely. It's definitely one of these games where it has its quirks. It has its UI and its UX, like the way that you interact with the game. That you have to, there's learning curves going on here with these things. But once you get past all that and sort of start uncovering what the game has to offer, and you figure out sort of like the mechanisms, boy, does this game just open right up. Just totally open right up. Yeah, there's nothing else like it, I'd say. I have to check the map because I'm not sure even. I'm heading west. I came out of the tunnel. I'm gonna guess over here. What do I need to do? I need to hang a right. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna guess I came out here. I'm gonna hang a right. And then I gotta hang a right again. Oh no, a left. Okay, I'm trying to get to Rankles. So... was that a right? Yep. So I need to go this way. Lots of lava spiders here. Yeah, barrier to entry, fairly steep learning curve, but the sky is the limit compared to most other sandbox games. 100%. I've been searching and I have not found a game that comes close. I mean, there's some games that offer different things, but in terms of like the full sandbox MMO experience, I don't think there's anything that comes close. And yeah, you just got to get over the jankiness of the UI and how you interact with the game. But once you figure out, it starts making sense. Like, there is rhyme to the reason to why things are the way they are. Okay, I'm looking for a guard tower up here somewhere. I might end up going all the way to this road and just circling back, because it looks like there's some roads here that can lead me back here. Yeah, logic. Yeah, you gotta... yeah, there's a few weird things about the game for sure. But yeah, totally. If when have you tried, like, started it? Have you played it, or is it that you just sort of discovered it and are wondering whether or not it's worth the download? Like, at what stage are you at here? Okay, so this person's locked their deed. All right, well, how am I supposed to get down there then? Because if you do have any questions about it, I totally can answer and help you make a decision about whether or not this game is right for you. Haven't played yet, was looking for your opinion. Okay. So I started playing this game in 2012. And I have put more hours into this game than any other game, probably all other games that I played combined. So that hopefully tells you something about if this game is right for you. It is going to be a keeper type game. It is relatively grindy. That's one criticism people have about it. And it does take a long time to accomplish things. However, because of that, when you do accomplish things, it feels that much better. What's the player base like? Well, the community is great. Mostly nice, made up of nice players who, yeah, totally. The people love the community. Like, it's one of these things where because the game is so hard, everybody is aiming to help each other out through the hardship. It's one of these types of situations. However, the community is also relatively small. It's a small player base. At any given time, you probably will see about 500 to 800 people playing. Something like that. It's small, but definitely lovable. Here, okay, so let's see if I can get some help from these fellows, from these people. Maybe I'll just say, do you know this area well? I'm trying to get down to the guard tower by the water named Rankles. Ha, they recognize me. Semperfis wife. Big fans. Oh, nice. You think you're headed the same way. Nice. It is relatively old school graphics and UI. I mean, the UI, they did re-update it, except for, whoa, what just happened there? They re-updated it, but it kind of looks almost the same as it did before, just a little bit sleeker, but about the same. So it is an older style UI. It is older graphics. The graphics are like a hodgepodge because they've been updating this, that, and the other thing, but not everything. So they've added normal bump maps. They added a new skybox. They added, you know, but like the textures for these roads are like as old as I can remember. But they've updated things along the way. Like all the character models were updated in 2013 or something, which is kind of old. But before that, if you saw this game in 2010, you wouldn't probably recognize it in comparison to this. Yeah. So I feel like we're all going to be in that same boat, us three, trying to find this guard tower. It's got to be down there by the water somewhere, but I don't know how to get down there. See, they're trying to find it, but all this is gated off. Yeah, I checked all this. All of it is gated off. Right. Yeah, just a few. And Semperfi and his wife are absolutely wonderful players. Nice. I recognize the name. I can't quite place it exactly. Can you bash a wall? No, it's on a deed. This is a deed. I hate when people make awesome builds, then gate them so you can't explore them. Exactly. I know. Like the Autumn Twilight deed that we were showing earlier, we were like the whole time we were thinking, this deed, everybody needs to be able to go everywhere. Like any stranger walking off the street needs to be able to come down and explore every last nook and cranny of Autumn Twilight. So everything was very open. I'm gonna just see if I can get down here. Okay. I think I found a way down. me go back and get them. Get around. Okay. Yeah. Okay. They're doing the thing. Yep. You're going the right way. Yeah, this way. I don't think they're looking this way. Although it could be just the way that the animation, the model is. Semperfi's wife. So it might be waiting for Semperfi. It's not winter for me, no fair. Yeah. So I guess you made it to the stream. Yeah, I logged on just before it turned winter, and somebody came to the stream like within the first 10 minutes of the stream saying, it's winter. Oh, I'm not even targeting this wolf. Yeah, I found the road down there, exactly. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill this wolf and I'll be down there in a second. Yeah, this is really annoying. I feel like this person who lives here should make this path a little bit more visible. And actually, it doesn't even look like it's gonna make it. Oh no. No. That's it. That's the end. Oh, and my hell horse is targeting you. I'm gonna just put my hell horses over here. Huh. Why did they do this? Like, they could have put a gate right here and let people come through. Hold on, let me get over here. Let me just see. I'm gonna check the map just to see where we are. Yeah, I almost feel like we're on this edge right here. So I wonder if the way is actually back. So we're up here and we came down this side of this deed. But I think maybe the way is to try to get in over here. Or maybe even from this road going north and trying to get into here. This is kind of it's kind of not nice that this person put all this stuff here and locked it all up so nobody can get through. Those guys live on Melody, relatively close by. Maybe that's where I remember their names from. Maybe. Yeah, we're just talking because I think you guys are now in the stream. I'm trying to remember, like I'm trying to place your names because I recognize Semperfi's wife. I kind of recognize your name, but I can't. Wait, hold on. Swim around to Jumanji. He made it through. Had to swim though. Okay, well, I can do that. We made it. If we can swim around, and it actually makes it. I notice that people who lock up the Ds normally don't play. Let me just make sure my hell horses aren't gonna attack you there. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill up on food. I'm too far. And Thalnor, Semper Fi or Semper Fidelis, Latin for always faithful, is the motto for U.S. Marines. Oh, I think I've heard that before. I just never made I didn't make the connection. Very cool. Yeah, I feel like I've heard that Am I going to the forest giant slaying tomorrow on Harmony? Probably not. Probably not. It's more that I don't really have that much time to play this weekend. I set aside... Oh my goodness. Where the heck is this thing? Wow. How is this? You know what it is that I got this map probably over a year ago, and since then somebody put a deed over this. So like, what happens? What happens if somebody destroys this tower? You know? What happens if that's the case? Can I even dig for treasure here? Yeah. I hope I have dig perms. Yeah, I know. Oh my goodness. I hope I have fight permissions. Is this a deed? Oh. It's a greenish troll. Okay, hold on. And I don't have my cart with me. Okay, should be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, you can fight back against hostiles attacking me? Okay, I think it's not actually even a deed, so... Whoops, I missed the last hit. And oh, get the hit in. Goodness. Going after the Hellhound. Thanks for the help. The greenish troll is almost dead. I'm half down, though. This troll over here is like... Okay. We'll get the bear. To hopefully get some health back. All right. Boy, I don't know what I would have done without you guys. Oh, nice. We got a full priest with us. Thank you very much. I should have some cotton in the cart. You're not disappointed from what you're seeing. Really enjoyed clunky combat mechanics. Yeah, it is. I mean, the combat mechanics is very old school, where it's mostly auto attack. There is a bunch of stuff to do, but for the most part, you don't have to. And Antir, welcome on in. How's it going? What's going on here is we are doing a treasure map hunt. And we bumped into these nice Wurmians who are also on a treasure map hunt for the same guard tower, which is this one right here. And we were both encountering the same problem, which was the guard tower is behind a massive amount of gates, and trying to get here was annoying. And Catspur, that's a name I haven't seen for a while. I think your trolls are still alive, although I could be wrong about that. I thought I saw one down there when I was doing upkeep a couple months ago. And Antir's lurking in Catspur's streams. Oh. Right. You were... I thought that was when you cast. I'll just say all right. Thanks again. You guys could probably hear me. I'm typing to you guys, but you probably, I don't know if you're in the chat. Okay. I do have cotton in the cart that I can use to heal up. And Hercules in the shell. Okay, so K16. 16 is somewhere over here. So K is right here. Back where we were, right in the center. Okay, so that's back in Central, which I've... Nice. So... Confused. It's sympathy. There you go, have fun. Thanks so much. Got the map. Oh, XIO and Fire. There you are. We are. You are in chat, so I don't have to type to you guys. Oh. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for the help. And boy, this place is really annoying. Can I even get out of here? No, actually, I won't be able to get out of here. Like, why do they lock all these? Just doesn't seem right. Like this one. It does look like the deed is decaying or fallen. Yeah, I gotta swim back. Exactly. Yeah, you're looking forward to seeing the bridges? You love the bridges working Worm. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I missed stuff. Going to be finishing off the canals tomorrow and then start to build the bridges. Yeah, bridges are such an amazing feature in this game, 100%. Am I reading this right, Cats? Are you going to stream tomorrow then, or just finishing off the canals tomorrow, but not on stream? Oh, there's a gate open there. That's hilarious. We'll leave this one gate over here open. Okay, so there's one more map that I want to grab on the way. And Enter, I don't think you were playing when maps got added in, as they got introduced about a year ago-ish. Okay, so Sunday you'll be streaming and building. Okay, that's what I figured. It just, the way you had said it, you're going to be finishing off the canals tomorrow. What the heck? What the heck? I could have come in this little spot, which is decayed. But then once you're in there, you're trapped. Okay, this is definitely new to you. So the idea is that on a rare roll while doing certain actions, so mining, digging, like the common actions, praying, if you get a rare roll, there's a chance that you also get a treasure map. Right, it's Saturday morning over here in Finland, so tomorrow, oh, right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I got excited there for a second. And then the treasure map, there's a bunch of different varieties of them, but some of them look like this, where it looks like a kind of muddled picture of a map. And so what you do is you come over to the community map and you try to line things up so you're looking for something that looks similar-ish, but it's not going to be one for one. The contour lines are all slightly different and everything. The coloring is slightly different as well, but you can see that this rock region here, or I don't know, maybe it's not rock, but it looks like rock, kind of looks the same as this shape here. And so I've sort of marked off here that it's going to be probably somewhere around there. Currently I'm up here at the wrinkles, so I'm going to come back down and try to see if I can find that one, and then we're going to be heading home after that. So let's see if I can remember how to get back. I think it's this way. Yeah, what time? It's almost 8 in the morning. Oh my goodness. Okay, cats, you have a great sleep, and I hope that you get a good lengthy sleep tonight or today or whatever it is. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah, looking forward to more building streams. Love to see it progress, as it will now. I think we're going to be in we're in a period of progress now, I'd say. I'm feeling reinvigorated on Worm, and gonna make a push for getting this sandcastle built. See, I was even debating grinding my carpentry to see if I can get it to that point where we need it. There's still also the masonry and the paving, but I feel like I'm so much further on those two. And yeah, but for this stream, like, I thought, I have all these maps. I bought a bunch of them and collected a couple of them I actually found. But I bought these maps with the profits that I made off of the previous set of maps that I had, which I also bought. But I bought them and then made money off of them. And so I used that money to buy more and kept some as profit, of course. And then, I mean, already we only opened one of these. We only finished one of them so far, and we got a rare strange bone fragment, which is really nice. 12 of these makes a rare strange bone. Not to mention, all of the treasure maps come with sleep powder, so that's how, like, I just did all this treasure maps, sold the sleep powder, and used that to buy more treasure maps. That means everything else that comes in them I keep, and sometimes there's like upkeep tokens for your deed. Sometimes there's star gems. Here I only got 2 emeralds, which are fine. Test pieces, because the chess boards can be made out of these pieces, and they act just like the checkerboards, where you can actually play a game of chess. What kind of loot are you getting from the treasure maps? Yeah, like, so there's these types of things. Chess pieces that can make chess boards, and this rare strange bone fragment can combine with 11 others to create a rare strange bone. And people are telling me that a single supreme fragment can combine with 11 rares to make a supreme bone. So people are doing that sort of thing. There's a bunch of new unique items. So there's some cosmetic pirate themed items, like there's an eye patch and there's a pirate hat, and there's other kind of cosmetic things. There's a bunch of different necklaces that you can get. This is one of them. You can get a bunch of different looking necklaces. There's a water pouch that magically auto refills. I want one of those really badly. So it just sits in your inventory. You can drink from it, and the next time you go to drink from it, it'll be full again. It's like there's a delay for the refill, but yeah, magical refilling water pouch. There's a little coin purse that is mostly cosmetic, but you can put stuff in it. But when you put it on, when you equip it, I think it oh my goodness, look at these willows. I think it equips to the... What slot does the coin purse go in? The hip slot. Yeah, it goes in this slot that nothing else goes in. So the coin purse goes here, and it shows up on your character as a side pouch. And there's something about it. It's like, I think it's coins that are in there are death kept. Yeah, I think. But is it only coins go in there, Azules? Can't remember. The coin purse, I feel like only allows coins, and then all the coins are death kept. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and then other things that you can get are so the quality of the map. Like, see this 99 quality map? The items in the treasure chest sort of are around the quality of the map. Okay, so like, you see how the thick ropes were all in the 50s and 60s? So I think the map that I got these from were like in the 50s, right? Or something like that. So I'm expecting that when I finish this 99 quality map, the things that come out of there are going to be 99 quality, like the lump of silver and the lump of electrum. This is actually a lot of silver. Actually, it's not that much. It's 35 pieces of silver, 30 pieces of electrum. But imagine pulling them out and they're 99 quality. That would be nice. The gems would be 99 quality. Sometimes you can get leather, like not hide, but leather, like that's already been made. And if you can get 99 quality leather, that's also pretty nice. Yeah, it's really cosmetic, you'd say, since it shows up on your model. Exactly. The coin purse, 100%. I totally would say it's mostly for cosmeticness. I just want to make sure I'm making the right turn here. I'm right here, so yeah, I need to go across this and down. But I don't want to make this turn. I want to kind of see if I can get over here. So across here. Yeah, coins as far as you know, yeah. It's mostly for cosmetic, because it really does look kind of nice. Yeah, you can also get these things called upkeep tokens. So those can be put into the token that goes directly to your upkeep. They're not silver, or they're not currency, but they're little tokens, and you put them in the... And in one of the chests I got like 1 silver and 25 copper, or 20 copper maybe, in upkeep. And I just put it into my deed, and it gives me extra upkeep. So it's really nice to get that. Am I doing the thing I said I don't want to do? I'm heading west. Right, I didn't want to head west. I wanted to head... Here's another hen. I'm at this corner now, and I want to kind of get to this road over here. Oh, this looks not fun. Can I get through here? I don't think so. Oh, yes. And here's the road. Good. Okay, now what am I doing? I'm heading east. That K-Bug was just a different color than I'm used to. And then south. Oh, I shouldn't have come down here. You have your quiver there yourself? You have your quiver. Oh, in your hip slot. Got it. Is it time to pull out the climbing here? Gosh, I shouldn't have come down here. I kind of want to see if I can get up on that ridge over there. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to get back up there. What's this way? Let me get up here. Boy, this is a pretty nasty fir tree forest. Okay, I got up here. Question is, where am I? Over here, maybe? Troll made it. So I kind of want to go south and east. Yeah, here it is. Found it. But I can't quite just the cart doesn't want to go up here. It's too steep for the cart. Okay, I think I'm gonna get out of my cart here after I kill this troll. Boy, you got me twice in a row there. A third time. Seeing the train navigation is bringing back painful memories. Yeah, it truly is the server we settled on, right? Like we're on a server that is extremely hard to traverse. Okay, well, this troll is proving to be a little bit annoying. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to run away from this troll. No, we got this. We got this. I just gotta focus up. Focus up. You know, the thing is that the whole point of being on a server like this is to spend the time to fix the terrain to make it traversable. I don't think everybody sort of participates in that. You know, I feel like people could potentially participate in that a little bit more. Okay, let's just make one more check that I can't get up here. Yeah. Yeah, they just put up more fences and gates, I know. Yeah, bad terrain, meaning like so horses and carts and also people can only walk up certain steepness of slope. Okay, so the whole world is made out of these tiles, and each tile has a border, and you can kind of see the slope there. It says 40 slope up. What that means is, here, I'll show you actually. So each tile has 4 corners. The corners are what matter. So you see this tile corner right up here. If I take my shovel and I dig, okay, what that's going to do is it's going to bring the slope down by 1, right? 39 slope. And I can keep digging like this. I can keep digging and digging. For some reason the dirt ended up in my inventory, but it should end up on the ground. Nope. Okay. Wow. What? Why am I picking up this dirt? Anyway, so I'm digging and digging and it changes the slope, and you can change the terrain. The entire terrain is completely like modifiable. It does look like somebody built this as a ramp, actually. I'll be honest. This looks like a ramp. So I'm kind of ruining their ramp, but it does look like they haven't been around for a little while. I'm facing east. Where am I? I'm possibly right here looking this way out at the water along the edge of this. So yeah, it does appear that this is the way to go. I'm actually just going to peek at the bottom of this ramp. Right, like this person decided they're going to make a ramp because of this bridge over here. It probably was paved at one point. So they're coming in from over here, I see. But that completely cuts me off from being able to get up here. Yeah. Oh well, I'll just walk up, get the thing, and come back down. So the train is really hard to traverse to get to where you want to go because there's mountains in the way, and different servers have different land masses. So there's a server called Cadence, and Cadence is an extremely flat server. There's like, you know, people who live on Cadence talk about the mountains on Cadence, but truly there's not really anything that I would consider to be a mountain. Partially because in my mind, a mountain is something that you can't just walk up, that you'd have to climb up a mountain. Like over there, that's a mountain. You wouldn't be able to walk up to the top of that mountain. Cadence mountains are more like this thing, where like you can ride up the entire thing and then come back down the other side with a cart, and it's easily traversable. But yeah, okay, so here's the little splotch that you see on the map there, and I'm thinking right here. So can I dig with a shovel? Yeah, dig for treasure. Gentle Hills is exactly, yeah. Some of your favorite memories in an MMO is early on in our server when we had to decide the road path and we worked on it as a community. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, those types of things are really fun. Ooh. We finished it off. Okay, so here's another one. And I got a saber. Nice. Let's take a look at what it looks like. This is another one of those cosmetic kind of items. Can it be imped? Can the saber be imped? It can be. Yep. And the saber looks like... To me, it almost looks like a... Yeah, I guess it's the saber. Yeah. It acts like a longsword. Here's something. I wish that the character doesn't turn himself away. I wish the character didn't do that. I wish I could just go around and I'm just standing looking forward. But I can understand what it's doing. It's trying to make it appear like I'm looking in the direction that I'm looking. The problem is nobody else sees that. Like, I'm the only one who sees the direction that I'm looking. Yeah, it's really good looking. I really like it. Yeah, you hate that it does that too. Yeah. Now, I'm terrible at using swords. My character has no sword skill whatsoever. Okay, now I don't want to fall here the wrong direction. Which way am I going here? I thought it was over here. And there's the cave bug mound. And I feel like I'm walking slow because I'm carrying this dirt is the reason. It's a little bit better. Let's see what else I got. I got a sleep powder. So this was probably a low level box. 6 papyrus sheets. I'm just going to drop those. 2 sapphires. Some chest pieces. 7 source crystals, which isn't terrible, but not great. But the saber is a nice find for sure. It should be an option. 100%. 100%. Okay, so now I gotta remember, I want to head back north or west. Northish, westish. Let's see what west looks like. Got a hellhound on me. Interesting. Well, Wurmin has been downloaded. I'm going to try it. Nice. I'm glad to hear. A pirate sword. Totally. One thing to note is that with a pirate sword, with Worm, there are these chat channels, and there's one of the chat channels called CA Help. I don't see this kind of channel in any other game. This is a channel where members of the Worm team are in here and will answer pretty much most of your questions that you have. So if you have any questions, you're wondering about how to do something, you're not sure what to do, they're extremely helpful in here. And they'll totally take you by the hand and help you with whatever it is that you have questions about. If you're still there, I'm going to give you one piece of advice, okay? This is the thing that I think once you get over this idea, then everything else sort of falls into place. The way the game mechanics work is you have a tool that, let's say you want to use the tool to do something, like dig, for example. Let's say I want to dig over here, okay? The premise of the whole system is you have to activate an item. So you activate it by double clicking it in your inventory. That turns it green. So you know which item is activated because it's green, and it shows down here, activated, green. So I have this, let's just activate this shovel, let's say. Once the tool is activated, then if you right click literally anything, so I'll right click the ground, for example, you'll get contextual item options. So it's like the combination of items that does things. So I activate the shovel, I right click the ground, and it gives me all the options that shovels can do to grounds. If I didn't have the shovel activated, let's say I have my chisel activated and I right click, I don't get the options to do anything to the ground. So shovel on ground gives you more options. Hatchet on trees allows you to chop it down. Pickaxe on stone, like the stone over here, will allow you to mine it, that sort of thing. Okay, so go try and the whole beginning of the newbie experience is trying to figure out what does what. You just got to play around with it. So good luck, and I wish you all the best in your worm adventures, and maybe we'll meet up again. I'm still going west, so I should hit this road somewhere at some point. Huh, a wild mature hellhorse. Yeah, and Taiki's on Cadence. Cadence is a nice place to start because the terrain is very easy to traverse. Lots of flat regions. Here's the highway. All right. What? Okay. I think I need to go that way. You know what? Let's just put in my deed and just see. Find route. Yep. Gotta go back north to come back south, apparently. I think I know where I am. I'm on this diagonal path. This is actually around where Bun has his character. Kitamu. Wait, and Cats, you're still here. Weren't you supposed to go to bed? Yeah, you were, but yep, excuses. Ooh, sleepy time. Exactly. I mean, I'm feeling like it's sleepy time for me. It's 1:15 where I am here. So we made decent progress on the maps today, I'd say. I still got so many, but we completed fully 2 of them, and we moved all of them out of the central area into their other respective areas. We have a bunch in the east now. Keeping in mind that M22 is also in the east, I've only just sorted the M22 ones in here because these are the ones that say find a guard tower within 1 map square of M22. I got a bunch of them. So all those are clumped together, along with the east ones are all in that area over by M22. So I think that's the next place we're going to go with these maps, and probably finish a whole bunch more of them over there. That's another time. Greenish. I'm just curious. Oh, where did it go? Here. I'm curious what a greenish wildcat will give me in fight skill. Like, is it worth it to stop? Not really. Not really at all. Probably for a new player, though. If a low fight skill player killed that greenish greenish wildcat, still another one up there. It looks like a bunch of them. Probably be good fight skill. All right, here's the bridge. Home sweet home. Oh, cats, if you're still here. If you haven't already done so, you have to go check out Valiance's Deed. Yeah, if you haven't seen it recently, like that little area there. So he's built up. It's clear that it's not 100% complete, right? Like, he's still in the but he's completed a large area of buildings in there. You have to go in there and explore it. Totally worth it. There is so much attention to detail in there. It is extremely impressive. So maybe on the stream on Sunday, you can go peek in there or something. But it is a fantastic little, cozy little place, all decorated to the nines. As well, Validate has landed over here, where the old Mystic Lake, what is it called? Mystic Lake? Mystery Lake. Where old Mystery Lake Deed was. Validate took that spot. And I found Zempi, or is that what her name is? Yeah, that's where he is. And then Zenpi, or what is it? Forget. Is over here. Ziana. I got it completely wrong. Ziana is the other neighbor that we were trying to figure out where. They're in this spot right here. Now, the piles of cotton are decaying, and the cotton fields are on their final stage. So it's possible they're not playing very actively. But and it's a really tiny little. It's a really tiny little spot. Not much room over here. Well, I guess there's some room over here. But they made a 1x1 and got some horses and a little farm. But kind of decaying. The farm, that is. Not all of it, though. Like, I'm not a farmer, so I can't see. Oh, yeah. These are rotten. Yeah, so it's decaying a little bit. So my guess is they're not very active. Potentially just wanted the starter. I wasn't sure if was that person new to Worm, or were they like veteran just coming over NFI from SFI, or I don't think I ever talked to them, so I don't know their story. Like, I know when Celebration and Pristine opened, I made a brand new character and went over there and did that thing where I made a 1x1 shed and made myself a cart and put a little farm down and had my own little mine, and then I stopped playing just to have some fun. Oh, you didn't ask either? Yeah. So it could be one of those situations where they just come over here just for fun, but not seriously. All right, home sweet home. Is this one of the merchants? No, this is a trader. Oh, right, because this is the trader for the market. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, for the stable deed, yeah. All right, home sweet home. Before, I don't want to leave all the stuff in there. So let me sort some of this. Yeah, so in the end, I didn't need any of the alcohol for climbing or anything like that. This is 50 and 65 silver. What do I have in here for silver? 70, okay. And what about Electrum? 27, 84, 55. Okay, let's put the Electrum with this one. Silver's going in the bottom bin, though. And I didn't get any metals over here. No. I might keep the rare bone fragment in my inventory. That seems pretty valuable. And it doesn't weigh all that much. So I'm just going to put it in here. Yep. The dioptra fragments. Those I'll put into here. These are all my fragments, but yeah, I kind of I would love the idea of archaeology. I want to go and do a lot of archaeology. But I find that when I do a lot of archaeology, it doesn't translate to a lot of fragments for some reason. So maybe I just need to work on the skill. I think my archaeology is only 70 or something. 75, 76. My restoration is 82. So maybe I just need to work on the skill and find deeds that are better. Like old abandoned deeds? I don't know. It's hard to do that on the new servers. Like those people on SFI have a lot more history. Oh, I forgot to drop off the fragments. Okay, well. I do have a satchel in here somewhere named... Oh, it's a pottery bowl named Chess. I need another queen. I think that's all I'm waiting for is another queen. Then I can make my own chessboard. The thick rope. Boy, what am I going to do with thick rope? Did I put it in here? There's mooring rope. Okay, whatever. I'll just put it in here. I have the skills to make all that. I'll put the cotton back. Since I'm the math guy, I must be super good with chess. I mean, chess is one of those things that you have to practice to become really good at it. I'd say I'm not bad at chess, but I make newbie mistakes still because I don't practice it. Yeah, it would be like... it would be like if you know how to read sheet music. Let's say you know how to read sheet music, but you don't know how to play a particular instrument. And like you're just learning, but you're really good at music, but you're just learning a new instrument, for example, right? Like it takes practice to sort of get all the details down about it all. So chess is really complicated. Like there's so many things going on in chess that I do feel like I'm not bad for the amount that I played. I don't play chess very often. And I don't really take it seriously, and I don't spend time learning it. But if ever I'm challenged to a chess match and I'm sitting down and I'm playing chess, my brain is firing like full, like I can feel it, that I'm solving the problem by thinking through carefully, and I get a thrill out of that, actually. I actually really like playing chess. But not enough to practice. I should probably practice more. Okay, I think this is where we're gonna end it. I am feeling pretty tired. It's like 1:30 now. You know, I'd love to keep streaming, but it's a natural break right now, and there's not really much unless I start something up new. And at the same time, I do have to get up relatively early tomorrow. So yeah, we'll call it here. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I feel like I'm back into the swing of things now. I'm gonna keep working on these braziers and working on my skills. I think the next skill I want to grind is carpentry. And I haven't decided whether I want to do that by skilling up like another sub-skill of carpentry, or if I just go straight for carpentry. I don't know. It might be a mixture of both. Because carpentry has... Like, my fine carpentry is pretty high. It's like 92. but my carpentry itself is only at 84. So if maybe I pick one of the other sub skills and go and work that up and so on. Yeah, that might yeah, you're gonna drop a follow. Definitely start playing Worm when you got time. Awesome. So hope to see you around, and hope to see you back. Worm is one of those games that you either can't play it or you love it. It's like what? There's not really much of in between. I've never met a Wurmian that is like, meh. This game's okay, but it's either I just can't play this game or it's I can't get enough of this game. So hopefully it's the latter for you. And yeah, I think we'll pick it up again next time. If you don't know, I stream Friday evenings. That's my regular schedule stream. It's very, very rare that I'm streaming any other time. So yeah, Friday evenings. If you're interested in knowing the details about that, or if I am going to switch the time or stream another time, you can follow me on my Discord. Join the Discord that's down below, and I usually put a comment in there when my plan has been solidified as to when I'm going to be streaming. So yeah, until next time, you guys have a great rest of your night and great rest of your week. And Catspur is going to be streaming on Sunday, so be sure to drop Catspur a follow as well. She is also a very beloved Worm streamer, and has been drawing huge numbers playing Worm, which is awesome. Lots of people have their eyes on Worm because of that. Stop it. So yeah, and Grez, you've been here this entire time. That's amazing. Cheers to you as well. And yeah, until next time, you guys have a great rest of your week, and a good night, and keep on worming. Have a good one, everybody.